A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's 2 women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick on something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
That you are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her.
We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Hannah's house.
Yes, my mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there.
with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better. But don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, and passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she spoke into me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy, 'cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Well, hello everyone. I love the spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Fia Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing, you're good." "Should I take you to the doctor?" "No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma," example. "Something is going to happen to my uncle," and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that you should not be even near them. I says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely, and they would definitely give me anything and everything that I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma, I have to just like be depressed, now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life? And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there is possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I will do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English. Nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody, I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, tried to talk or communicate with some officers and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically I found some hotel and stay there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover, to come out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees, and I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what? Fia, you do have a power. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie, and I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, that maybe she's going to get scared a little bit. But I was like, don't worry about it. Just go and get it done. So I did that. And she hugged me so hard. Was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand. Barely nothing. Swedish language? Come on, guys. You guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, it's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family, who they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking, because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after, I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go, that's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I left with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I feel like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff. I did this because I felt that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of will. So my will power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I felt, okay, you left your country, the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 employees worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
We're so excited to have you. So tell me, Fiona, when did you realize you had this gift?
I was at the age of 7. It was a hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we had fun. We played. And 3 hours later, when they want to go home, I said, please don't, because I see visions, I see colors, and I see that you guys definitely going to have a car crash. Well, of course, at that time, nobody listened to me because they didn't know exactly what I have. But 3 hours later, our phone rang and they had a car crash. And from that moment, it took 4 years for me to realize why I see things before they happened, why I feel things before people talk about to me, and then why did people communicating through me when they want justice or something about their life.
So Fiona, tell me, how did you get involved with law enforcement?
I was at the age of 17. It was back in Europe. So basically, they engaged me in a couple cold cases, and I could help them to find murder or murder cases, and also I helped them to achieve and put all the puzzles together through the colors, visions, names, and of course, spirit talking to me by themselves. Like example, 2 years ago, Coast Guard communicated and said, we have a missing pilot. And I said, I know exactly where they are, but they said, we are in Catalina coast and we are looking after, well, we are not, finding them. I said, well, we are guys in the wrong place. The moment that they said they are missing, I said, they both dead. He immediately connected and says, how did you know it was two? Because it was one student pilot and the other one the instructor. And then he said the student pilot mentioned exactly where he is, and that's why they are dead, because I am just communicating with dead people when it comes to my mediumship. So 40 minutes later, they sent me a helicopter, and then right after, we found the stress signals that belong to that helicopter or that plane.
That's incredible. Fiona, can you walk me through the process when you're presented with a case at first?
When I actually starting to look into the cold cases and murder cases, again, it was the spirit that directly communicated through me. So, and when I started, I was 17. Law enforcement communicated to me and said, like, are you ready to get engaged with that case? And when I felt I'm ready, I said, yes, I am. And all of a sudden, all the names, images, visions, and things come through. And then through that, I understood that when I'm asking, or there's someone asking about some name, and I don't even know about, I should not know anything about their name, I should not know anything about their genders. All I know is the communication that I have together with that law enforcement or, police or officers. Just tell me, we have a missing persons. We have some baby boy was like 4 years old that been missing for kind of 5 hours. I'm directly connected to the energies, and I pick up the energies through that officers that communicating through phone. So I shouldn't be in a place or be around that families or touching that families or communicating with that families.
Fiona, let's talk about a specific case about R&B singer Jamal Truelove, who spent more than 6 years in prison for a 2007 murder. He was eventually acquitted in 2015 when a jury found that the two officers had fabricated evidence. Tell us about your involvement in that case.
Well, the way that I involved in this case, it was that we got through a couple actually friends, and when they reached out to me, I said I reacted immediately immediately that this guy is innocent and he shouldn't really be in jail. And they said at that time that they can't do anything about it because, already all the evidence is against. And I said, well, he will come out, but not now. There is a timing that I can see and I'm predicting, and this time is all about like in between 5 to 7 years. And they couldn't really believe at that moment because they felt, oh my God, it's kind of very, saddest because we should really get him out. And if you said that it's going to be 5 to 7 years, that actually really make us to feel very uncomfortable and disappointed. And I said, it's the time. And through that time, I communicated with Jamal in jail and trying to let him to understand about his own value and he's not innocent, which he knew already. And I said, manifest, and try to manifestation, get yourself out from the jail and make impossible be impossible and show it to everybody. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely fascinating. Fiona Johansson, psychic investigator. Fiona, thanks so much for being on the show.
Naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages.
What was your reading like with Persian medium? Oh my God, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew. That's how I felt. Are you gonna come back for more? Oh yeah.
You don't even leave it. It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right to me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirit. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done and it's the only reading I would do. And it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew. And then she also told me things that I was surprised with. Like she could read me. Like things I was in denial of, she was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It really was.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it. You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Aussie Goddess. Live from theaussiegoddess.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Aussie Goddess
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Aussie Goddess TV show. Sorry, I just never know what to open with. It gets me every time. So thank you for joining me. Thank you especially to you people who've come over from my YouTube channel and from my Facebook page. So I appreciate all of your support. It's been a very tough few months for me, and I've uprooted, moved to a new place, finally got my internet up and going. Life just decided that it wanted to send me in a completely new direction, and I've rolled with the punches, as you do. So I'm so happy to be back with you today and give you a little bit of insight on what's happening. Of course, as usual, we'll take a couple of readings from callers, so I always enjoy doing that part of the show too. Before we go any further, just in case I don't get a chance at the end of the show, sometimes I do talk too much. Just letting you know, I am on YouTube daily, weekly, and monthly doing readings. I offer personal readings as well, so I do that face-to-face if you're close enough to come and see me. I also do Skype and other methods for overseas. So I am internationally known now, which is so awesome. I'm still in awe of my journey, but I follow what my heart and my spirit is telling me to do. And I also am on most social media, so you'll find me in a lot of places. So let's have a look at the energies of today. We do have the Two of Swords coming up as the main energy of today. So the Two of Swords is a card where it talks about a decision that needs to be made. That isn't a great decision. It's a decision that's going to cause you or create a little bit of pain for you, because you have to make a decision about whether you want to speak a truth to someone or move away from someone. That's about cutting them out. So the swords are all about the energy of precision, clarity, and ensuring that you're doing what's best for you. So it sort of brings it to a little bit of a stalemate sometimes, because you don't always want to make a decision. I feel like some of you are trying to work out what direction to take in your life today, or over the next few days. This is sort of this feeling that maybe there's two jobs on offer or two situations on offer, and you're trying to choose between the two. I do see a lot of swords and a lot of anxiety. In fact, 5 cards on the table, they're all swords. So a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress at the moment, trying to make your mind up what you want to do. Now, for others of you, this could be about, just trying to plan out your life path. You may be deciding to either give up work and go and study something. You may be looking at walking away from someone. I see a variety of things here for people. But the main thing here is this is about you speaking your truth. This is about you speaking up for what you truly believe in and what you feel is really important here. As I said, for some of you, this is about walking away from someone or cutting someone out of your life. So you could have a very difficult decision to make. This could also be around your family as well. So a lot of stress for you, a lot of sleepless nights worrying about how to go about this, but trying to make sure that you're making this decision for the best reasons. Now, what I do want to say to you is, for some of you here, you've perhaps been holding on to something too tightly. So perhaps you're trying to let go of something that sort of held you in place. Again, coming back to a relationship, but certainly wanting to, it could be for some of you holding on very tightly to your money and not having an opportunity to move in a new direction. But I feel here that there's sort of like very much an energy here of you taking your power back. Whatever this is, this decision's going to help you become more self-sufficient, more understanding of yourself and the way you think about things and what you want in your life. It's very much an energy of like letting go of past energies as well. So you could be clinging to something because you think you have to, or you could be clinging to something because you feel that you are obligated somehow to this particular thing. So this definitely is a week of releasing old energies, making good, solid decisions for yourself that you have really good clarity on, but also making decisions for yourself, not for other people. So being able to put aside what other people think, what other people are saying. I feel like some of you have got perhaps somebody around you who's trying to either discredit you or discredit the way you want to go about something. So sometimes people try to do things because they think it's best for us, but actually they impede our progress because we listen to what they have to say rather than following our own, the beat of our own drum is what Spirit is saying to me. So very much this week, a feeling that you need to follow the beat of your own drum, make decisions that are in your best interest, but definitely a time for, picking up those things that you've left behind. But also if you're trying to make a decision, it's great to listen to other people. It's fantastic. But sometimes people think they're helping and in fact they stop you from progressing because it doesn't feel good to them to let you move on. So for whatever reason here, this is about you choosing yourself over others, making a decision in your own best interest. So that's the energy for you. Okay, so we have Doris in Hagerman, New York, in the USA, ready online. Are you there, Doris?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And do you have a question for me today, or is there something you wanted to talk about today?
Yes, I wanted to know, is there a message for my mother? She just recently passed away.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you repeat that for me?
I'm so sorry. I said my mother just recently passed away. Is there a message for her?
Okay. This is only recently, is it? It's only very recently.
Yes.
Okay. Or she's just saying to me, she's sort of quite a nervousy person, and she's just saying to me she went too quickly. What happened to her?
She passed away from a heart attack, I think.
Okay, because she's trying to say to me that she didn't really have time to do what she needed to do. She's telling me that she had still things there that she wanted to do. So it feels to me like, obviously it was unexpected. But it's like she's showing me this list of things that she wanted to get done before she passed. Okay. Was there somebody around you that's pregnant at the moment?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Then there must have been something that she wanted to do or bring out or rebirth. So I'm trying to get what she's trying to say to me here. Because it feels to me like she wanted to say or do something and she didn't get an opportunity to do that. And she's quite anxious to get this across now. So I'm trying to work out exactly what she's trying to say to me. Was there some unfinished business? Did you have something planned between you?
Yes.
You did? Okay. Whatever this is, it sort of, she's feeling like she wasn't able to finish something with you or conclude something or work something out with you. So I'm not quite sure what that means to you, but she's saying here she wished she had the time because she feels like there was so much more to say to you and she didn't get that opportunity.
Okay.
Okay. There is... I don't know if she wasn't good at expressing herself because there's a great deal of love and compassion for you here, but I feel like she never really got the opportunity to show you exactly how she felt. So it's sort of like she feels a little bit sort of like she's got ripped off, basically. But she feels like quite an anxious person. So it's like she's very frantic trying to get this message across at the moment. So something she wanted to say to you that she didn't get to say.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just get into the energy a little bit more. Okay, what's changed for you recently? What has happened with you recently?
Meaning with her and I, or life in general?
With you, it could have been with just you, rather than you and her. I feel like there was something she was trying to wanted to tell you, or something she wanted to say, and I feel like it's got to do with some sort of change, or something that was changing either within your relationship or specifically in your life.
We didn't have a good relationship.
Okay. And I feel that there is this really strong feeling now that now she's passed, she's realized that there was a great need for her to express herself. Now she is coming across as a highly, like in life, I think she was a highly anxious person, and I don't think she was good at expressing what she had to say. Okay. But that doesn't mean she didn't love you. She said to me, you've got a big change coming up in your life. I'm not sure what that means to you, but she said you need to be careful that you are kind to you, because something here that you both had, that you had in common here. So I think that either you may be anxious or maybe a bit nervous about making changes in your life too, that you're reluctant to make, because she's very much trying to guide you in either a different direction or move you into a different area now. So even though you didn't have the greatest relationship, I feel that underneath that she really did love you, but I don't think she knew how to express herself. So I think she came across as being cranky and anxious rather than being loving.
Yes, she was very, very cranky and anxious. Yes. Yeah. Is there anything that I should look out for with, like, any signs from my mother?
Signs from your mother, like in terms of whether she's around you or not?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's have a little look. Let's see how she's going to do that. Okay. Now she's showing me curtains. Do you have curtains in your home?
Yes.
Because they're not something that everybody has nowadays. Curtains are sort of only some people seem to have curtains now. Now she's showing me something with the curtains. So I actually see them like blowing, but there's not a window open here. Now, I don't know if that means that she's going to show you she's around by moving something around like your curtains, but there's what I see, or what she's showing me is like there's a curtain and it's like it's blowing in the wind, but when you pull it back, the window isn't open. So either you either have a curtain that has a window behind it that you don't open. Do you have a curtain in your house where the window doesn't open for some reason, like a fixed window?
Not really. I mean, like, all my windows are open. I mean, I've access to them.
All right. So next time you see the curtains blowing, if your windows aren't open, that is your mother.
Thank you so much for this information.
You are very welcome, but I think you need to understand, even though your mother didn't show you love like perhaps you thought she should, I think she loved you a lot, but I think she had very, very bad anxiety and troubled about her own self. So probably a lot to do with her own childhood. So she did love you very, very much, and she is a little concerned about something that's coming up for you. So just follow her messages. She'll try and get you to move in the right direction.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Doris. Much love to you.
Love and light. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Okay, so we have Ashley in Chicago coming up next. So Ashley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how are you going?
Good, how are you?
I'm very well. We have a lovely clear line. So what can I help you with today?
So I'm actually making a very difficult decision right now with my relationship, and I was just wondering if you could provide some insight with what you saw.
The funny part is I've just done a daily reading for people, and it was all about making a decision that was very difficult. Okay, let me just get into the energy a little bit.
Sure.
The thing is, you've been thinking about this for a long while. This is not something that you're taking lightly. I feel that it's probably you're quite tired from overthinking it as well. And I feel that you've either been researching things or trying to work out what's going on with the relationship. So there seems to be a bit of a divide. So what's going on for you? Are you actually, have you both been talking about separating or both been talking about going in different directions?
No, definitely not on his aspect. It's definitely on my aspect, talking about going separate directions. We have done the marriage counseling in the past years ago, and we're kind of at the same point again. And it's just kind of more on my end where I'm just, like you said, tired. And he has...
That's what I said. I can feel how tired you are. That's the overthinking, you see, because when you're not making a decision, you go round and round in your head, and actually we don't realize sometimes how exhausting that truly is. I actually feel too that you're bottling your emotions up a lot at the moment. I can feel your emotions right under the surface. So to me, you're just almost like you're just holding it together at the moment. You're ready to sort of, you're ready to fall apart. So I feel that this is something that you've already decided. Your soul, your spirit, your higher self is already trying to talk to you about what you need to do. But it's sometimes we tend to follow our ego, and we tend to sort of go with the, we need to take care of our family, we need to take care of, our financial situation, and we tend to sort of move towards that. And I feel this is like the energy you're giving off at the moment, where you're going backwards and forwards between what you truly want and what you feel the world around you is best if you do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I feel quite strongly that you've already made the decision. It's just now putting it into place. Now, you're a very practical person, so you'll need to do things in a way that feel comfortable for you. So don't rush anything. Don't do anything in a way that's going to make you feel like you regret, because I have this strong feeling that you're the type of person that thinks things through, does things in a very orderly way. But when it comes to something like this, you're not sure if you should just cut and run. And I don't want you to do that. I want you to do it in the way you need to do it, because if you cut and run, you're going to regret what you do a little bit later. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but you're going to question your own motives, and that's going to make you feel very sad. And then sometimes we go backwards rather than just going forwards. I feel it's like you're flogging a dead horse. Okay, so that's the energy I've got here. And somebody once said to me, if the horse is dead, get off. But I feel like that you're trying to make something out of something here that's just not going to bring you the satisfaction. Ashley, I feel like you've done a lot of growing in the last few years, and I feel that you are sort of a person that doesn't stop that growth. Like you're always looking for new things to do, and new things to bring into your life. And I feel like you're very stunted where you are at the moment. So it's like, to me, you're pleasing everybody else instead of pleasing yourself.
That's true.
Okay. So you need to start thinking about, you only get one go at this life. You only get one go. If you don't make it the best go that you've got, you don't get another go at it. And you can put off forever, trying to make a decision in your own best interest. But at the end of the day, you have to think about what's right for you, not what's right for everybody else, okay? So take it slow. think it out, doing it in a way that is comfortable for you. Don't go backwards and forwards. Once you've made the decision, if your ego keeps kicking in and going, but what if, but what if, but what if, just remember that you've made the decision and just go with what you want, what's in your heart, what you know is best for you.
Mm-hmm. Do
All
you
right?
see different relationships starting out of it or no?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you see another relationship after the decision is made and they move on?
Oh, you definitely have in front of you. Okay, you do not have to worry. You are a beautiful soul and you are all being prepared. And that's what I said. You need to listen to your heart. You need to listen to your spirit guides. They're trying to move you in a new direction. I feel that you are being prepared for much greater things than you're currently experiencing. So listen to that part of you that tells you what you've got to look forward to, not the part that says to you, but what if this, but what if that. Try and separate that gut feeling from your intuition from your ego. Because you know, if I were to say to you, what do you think's out there, what would you say to me?
I'm sorry, what is it?
You have beautiful things to come in for you, Ashley. You just have to make sure that you're looking after your own needs.
Okay.
All right? So be kind to yourself. Take it easy. No flash decisions. Just make your decisions as you need to, but go with your gut.
Okay.
All right? And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so we have a little bit of time left. So what can we do for the last little bit of time? Okay, let's talk a little bit about relationships, because I think that it's really, after sort of talking to that person there seems to be something I need to talk about with relationships. I've sort of learned over the years, after dealing with many people in different relationships, that a lot of people stay with people purely because they think it's the right thing to do, or because they've been taught as a child that a relationship has to be worked at regardless of how bad it is. And I've met people and talked to people who are in the most excruciatingly painful situations, but they still keep going, either for their children or for their families, or just because they've been taught that you have to endure the pain. And we don't. We have a choice. And a lot of the time, if you're with someone who's, fairly abusive or can be quite narcissistic, or controlling, you often put your own needs aside because the thought of walking away from something is more painful than staying where you are. But actually the pain you're enduring, whether that's for you or your family or your children, is far worse than moving away. And it's such a huge decision because you have to think, how am I going to manage financially? How will I manage with my children? And a lot of the time I speak to people who've been thinking about this for years before they finally take the plunge. It's okay if it's not working and you've tried counseling and you've tried every possible way of approach and it still isn't working. It's not going to work. People can change for a little while, but it has to take great dedication to make sure that you're doing what you say you're going to. So a lot of the time people go, yeah, let's give it another go and we'll do it. And it works because both people are dedicated. But unless both of you are dedicated to that, it just isn't going to work. And after a while, trying to find the things that brought you together in the first place are very hard to find. So I always think when, people are talking to me about, how tired they are from thinking about it all the time, I think sometimes you just need to remember to put yourself first. If you're feeling that you're in any sort of trouble or pain or unhappiness, then you have to start thinking that this is your life too. You're not living it for the other person. And if you're clinging to the other person because you feel that you have no opportunities, then maybe you need to look up and work out what codependency is, because sometimes we do put other people's needs before ourselves and it's not very healthy. It becomes toxic. So, I think that the best way to do it is, it's all very well to have couples counseling, but sometimes I think it's really good to have counseling for yourself and go and talk to someone about how you're feeling. Because once that love's gone, it's really, really hard to get back. And if you've been doing that for a long time, the love doesn't come in so freely. And it takes two. You can't make a relationship work by yourself. You can inject and give as much as you want to. You can put in everything you do. You can completely dedicate yourself to someone. But if they're not reciprocating, if they're not giving back to you, then it just becomes very, very toxic and an energy you need to move away from. So we're closing up the show. I want to just say to you again, if you want to come and join me on Facebook at the Aussie Goddess, I try to do some free card pulls every now and again, which I really love to do, but it gets so busy, it gets ridiculously busy, so obviously I don't get to everybody, but I'll be putting some dates up on Facebook very shortly for that. If you mention this TV show, that you've got me through this TV show, I'll give you a discount on your reading. I just want to see how this TV show is getting out there and how many people are watching it. So please mention it if you're looking for a reading, and I'll make sure I give you a nice discount. We can do that by Skype if you're in another country, Messenger. I use WhatsApp sometimes if we can't get close enough by phone, so we can do that as well. Also, as I said, I have a YouTube channel, which is the Aussie Goddess as well. And I come on every day and do a What's Cracking reading, What's Cracking for the day, and also a bonus read for those that What's Cracking doesn't resonate with. So I have that going as well. I really love doing the work I do. I'm very, very dedicated. If I had an opportunity to do this full time, I would. But unfortunately, life requires that I have another job as well. So I want to say to you, I'll see you next week. I want to say thank you so much for joining me on this channel. Make sure that you are loving yourself, and remember, you have to love every time like it's the first time. Don't take any baggage with you. So if you're walking away from something, make sure that you relieve yourself of all the things and forgive people and move forward with absolutely just giving a new person absolutely all of you. So much love to you all, and I'll see you next Wednesday or Tuesday for you people in other countries. Thank you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My name is Gail Moffat, and I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself this evening, because I don't normally talk about myself, but why not? I thought, why not? So I am, as you can probably tell from my accent, I'm British and from the UK, and I'm currently in Brighton, which is which, if ever you're coming or visiting the UK, Brighton is a really cool city. It sort of reminds me a little bit of San Francisco, or that sort of vibe about it. It's got a vibe. Anyway, so I'm a medium, and that means I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world. But I also can sort of ask for guidance as well, which is, so I can sort of do both sides of things, which is really good. And now, about 3 years ago, people from the Bible era started coming forward and started communicating with me. And let me tell you, I was as astonished as you probably are thinking right now, or maybe disbelieving or whatever. But I was completely astonished, and it took me a while to sort of acknowledge them, because they kept on pushing and pushing to speak. And so after a little while, they kept on asking me to do this, is to go public with their words. And so what I did is I set up a YouTube channel, so you can, if you want to listen to some of the words from people like God and Jesus and Mother Mary and many of the saints, you can go to my YouTube channel, which is Gail Moffat, God's Messenger and Healer, and you can watch all the videos and all the words that come through. It's absolutely fascinating. I'm sure that you would love it. And so that's sort of a little bit about me, and sort of what I'm doing. And the last video that I did, I brought through Thomas Aquinas, and he brought through something that was really interesting. I thought was quite sort of fascinating. And what he was saying was that people don't quite understand the importance of love. And he was saying how many people should love God in the same way that they love children, because God is unconditional in his love, and so that, and he was describing how, as a parent, for our children, we are unconditional in our love. We will always sort of make allowances or forgive them quite easily, because they are our children and they are growing and maturing, and so we don't expect them to know everything or be sort of astute in the way that perhaps we are as we get older. So I sort of thought that was a really quite interesting interesting sort of speech that Thomas Aquinas did this week, and so you can get that on YouTube if you want to listen. Now, I know that we're going to have some callers calling in, and I believe that we have Lacey in Hampshire. Are you there, Lacey?
Yes, hello.
Oh, and you're not far away from me with a British accent.
Yes.
So I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can look to give you some guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
No, anyway, it's fine. Just looking for just something really.
Okay. Right. So I will just see what sort of comes up. The first thing that sort of comes straight in is I believe that you have a grandmother, and I want to go on your mother's side of the family that's in spirit, and she's just come straight in to me without sort of hesitation. There wasn't any time for me to think, now what should I talk about? And she's saying to me that she couldn't miss this opportunity to communicate with you, because there is a really sort of she's saying to me there's a really sort of strong relationship that the two of you have, and she says she's saying it's been a long time since we've spoken, and she's saying to me that when she was alive, she's saying to me that she would always, and she's showing me, I don't know whether this is a metaphor or a literal thing, but she's showing me as she holds your hand, and she's making me feel as though she would have held your hand through certain situations as you were growing up.
That's correct.
Because she says that, you know, your life wasn't particularly easy as a young child, and she's saying that she did her utmost to step up and be that parent to you and really support and help you, and she feels
that was correct.
And she feels that as a result of how she was with you and what she did with you and the nurturing that she did for you, she feels that you are a fairly well-balanced individual as an adult. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Good.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Good. Because she says that she's so proud of you, and she says that you make she says that when you're making decisions about life, you make very careful decisions, and you think them through very carefully, and you don't always jump into situations where perhaps other people might jump into situations and get their fingers burnt, but you're quite cautious and careful over any decision that you make. And she feels that Pardon?
Sorry, go on.
She feels that you are currently mulling over a certain situation as to how to handle things or what to do and how to move forward with this particular situation. And she says, and this is why she wanted to particularly come forward today to sort of give you some guidance and some help. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah, very much. Everything you've said makes perfect sense.
She's saying to me that you're a little bit scared about making some, what she would call as radical changes in your life. And you almost feel like better the devil you know than sort of going out into the wilderness. And you're a little bit apprehensive and scared about making some moves. But she's saying 100%. She's saying that she has the ability to sort of go to God and see what he has to say about certain circumstances and to make some changes. And what she's showing me, she's put this hand right in your back and she's pushing you. And she's like pushing you, and she's saying, now, before I go any further, I have to really stress that any decision that you make has to be your own decision, and it is only her opinion. But I'm just covering my back here, saying all the disclaimer bits. But what she's saying is that she's eager for you to make some changes in your life and make a difference to the way that you live, because she feels that where you are right now isn't serving you well and is causing you a lot of pain in your heart. And she's drawing my attention to your stomach, and she makes me feel like your stomach is quite often in knots and you're not feeling well about a certain circumstance that you're in. Would that make sense to you, Lacey?
That makes perfect sense. Everything is perfect. Yeah.
She's saying to me, she says that if you're brave enough to make this decision, and she knows what you're like, she knows that you'll be umming and ahhing forever over shall I, shan't I? And and that's just normal. That's just how we are in life, isn't it? It's a scary world out there to make some changes, and it's always better to sort of know our comfort zone. But what she's saying to me is that if you make this change, if you take this plunge to move forward and make a difference in your world and in your life, she says that she makes a promise to you. She's going to be standing right by the side of you, and she's not going anywhere. And she's going to support you through every step of the way and help you make those radical changes and make that difference in your world. She says, because this is your time. You deserve to have good times in your life and be happy again. And she says that it's been a long time since she's seen a smile on your face. And she's saying to me that you need to have that happiness and that love around you. And she says there is love waiting for you. It just requires you to open the door and walk through it and be in a different world and in a different environment. But that world is full of happiness, and she's assuring you that it's the best way to move forward. Oh, phew, she spoke through to me really quickly. It's like, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that's her.
Is it?
Yes. Thank you very much.
I'm just checking to see if there's anything else. Is there any questions you want to ask before I go to the next caller?
Just about my relationship, really. Like, are we going to be okay, really?
I'm getting silence. Hold on a moment. I'm just, that doesn't mean anything. It just means that I just need to make sure that I'm connected.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
She says that you have, okay. She says that you have many choices in your life. And one of them is whether you continue in the relationship that you have, but she says that when she okay, what's she saying? She's saying that your relationship. How are you putting this? Sorry. She's saying that your relationship is not entirely giving you everything that you need. And this is from her point. And she says that you have questioned this relationship and questioned whether you should be in it. And she feels that you have a better opportunity elsewhere in your life. And she's saying to me that if you are brave enough to take that step and walk tall and walk out of the relation, oh gosh, that slipped out of my mouth. How can I say that? La la la, la 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 la. But yeah, you hear what she's saying, don't you? You hear what she's saying.
I can.
She feels that there is deeper happiness elsewhere. But
I can understand that, yeah.
Well, it's good that you can understand that, but I really have to put this caveat in that you know, when you speak to a medium or a psychic, you know, we can pick up things and pick up advices, and you know, our loved ones in the spirit, they're just the same as they were here. They will have opinions, and this is her opinion. But you may speak to somebody else, and they may have a different opinion. And she's telling me off now, and she's saying that I shouldn't be putting in all these caveats. And she says her words are true, and this is what you should be doing. So
that is my nan.
Yeah, she's telling me off. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's nice to have somebody that's strong in the spirit world and watching your back. And that's very much evidently what she's about. She's watching your back.
Oh, that means a lot to me. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for calling. If you want to connect with me in any way, I'm on Facebook, and I also have a YouTube channel, and my name's Gail Moffat.
Brilliant.
So thank you very much for calling in, Lacey. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Right, so we have Asia in Kansas City, Missouri. Are you there, Asia? We're just waiting for Asia to connect, and one of the things that I quite like about my work is I always feel that the spirit world work through me on a healing vibration. It's always about healing, and whether we're putting hands on as a formal healer, or whether we're speaking the words, the spirit world always aim to bring forward love and healing, which I think is quite incredible how they are. And you know, that last caller, we had a grandmother that was just so keen to make sure that her granddaughter was okay and you know, okay in her life, and was really encouraging her to make some changes in her life. But as I said, you know, before, it's very important that we make our own decisions, and you know, because we can all have our own opinions. Now, I believe Asia in Kansas City is there. Hello, Asia. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Hello, and welcome to the show. My name is Gail Moffat. Now, I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look to give you guidance. Is there a particular area where you'd like me to work?
No particular area, just anything in general.
Okay, right. Okay, well, as I'm talking, I'm aware of a gentleman that's coming forward, and I feel that, and he's just sort of tapped me on the shoulder and said, "I want to talk." so we'll go with him, and he says that he's saying to me that he played an integral role in your family and was considered in your family an important person, and people would have perhaps looked up to him and considered him sort of like the key person in the family dynamics. And he makes me feel it's very difficult, because he's making me feel like he's got these fatherly tones, but he also makes me feel like he could be a grandfather. Would that make sense to you?
Yes. Actually, my uncle, we had been looking for him for a couple of days. He's been missing since Saturday night. So that's the feel I could get from it.
Right. So you're missing an uncle since Saturday night.
Yes.
And right. And do you feel that this is this person that I'm talking about?
Yes, I do, because us not being able to communicate with him, it's not like him. So.
Right. Okay. Right, I'm just gonna just let me go back to him and see what I'm getting. Would you understand a name beginning with a D?
A D?
Yes.
His name is David.
I was going to say David, and I wasn't brave enough, and I said D. So because he's saying that's me. So he's oh, I am so sorry, and he's been missing 2 days. Wow. So you know, it's you know, when you're a medium, it never sort of it's never like, situations can throw you at all sorts of time, and this one right now is slightly throwing me, because I just think, wow, you know, somebody's been missing and he's come straight forward to me. he's saying to me that the words I'm hearing is that he lost his way, and he feels sort of lost. Would that make sense to you when he was here?
Yes.
And he's saying to me that he made one or two decisions in life that he feels backfired and caused him some difficulty in his life. And he's saying to me that he should have done things slightly differently. And he's also making me feel like he has shame as well. There's shame with him, and he feels embarrassed about some of the things that he's done. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
He's saying to me that he thought that he could make a difference, and he thought that he could, make everybody's life happy and give to everybody. But he found that it's almost like no matter what he did or which way he turned or what he did, he always seems to sort of make a few mistakes. And he's saying to me that he wishes that he had done things differently, and because he's also saying to me, in his willingness to help other people, he feels that he on some level he upset people, and they were sort of like there were people that were upset with him and sort of slightly cross with him, and he's saying to me that he was only trying to sort of help people or bring like sunshine to their lives, and I've got a song that's coming into my head, and sometimes when I get songs, it's because it's something pertinent to the message that I'm getting, and I feel and it's sunshine on a rainy day. Do you know that song? And I just look at the words, because I feel that they may be relevant to him. He's apologizing profusely to you, because he feels like out of a lot of his relatives and his people in his life, he feels that you are probably one of the people that will be hurt the most by his passing. And he's saying to me that he has he doesn't want you to suffer, and he's saying to me that he's going to try and protect you, because he feels that some of the people in the family may turn against you, as they did with him. And he's saying that he wants to try and protect you. He doesn't want you to go through what he had to go through, because he's saying to me that some of the members of the family aren't particularly nice, and some of them will almost like do anything for their own gain. But then there are other members of the family that are adorable and lovely, and people that he loves. But he's saying to me that he's telling you very, very clearly that he wants to protect you, and he's so sorry to have hurt you in this way and to have brought this to your attention. But he feels that it was important, and he made the decision that he wanted to come through tonight. He felt that it was important that he let you know that he has passed and that he is in spirit. And he's apologizing profusely to you for that, for some of the mistakes that he's made in his life, and is also saying to me that it's like he sees you not just like a niece, he sees you like a daughter as well, because he says to me that he was very fond of you when you were growing up, and he was always looking to give you guidance and support you and help you, and he says that when he remembers when you were children, there was lots of laughter and fun, because he was, in his words, he was the fun uncle that came around and had a giggle and a laugh, and he was always sort of very sort of upbeat and happy. But sadly, his emotions and his feelings haven't been like that in the last few months. And he's saying to me that he has found life quite difficult. And he's also saying to me that he's drawing my attention to another female. And I feel like this other female will be suffering at the loss as well. And he's very concerned about her feelings and her emotions. And he feels that I almost feel that this could be your cousin or some. I feel like it's a younger person, but he feels that it would be a great benefit if you were to support this person as well.
Yes.
I've got about 90 seconds. Is there anything that you want to say before I go?
Could you kind of get an insight of what happened to him?
Yes. I feel that he makes me feel like he made the decision to pass, and I feel that this is almost like not an accident. It's not an accident. He makes me feel like it's a planned decision that he made. And again, he's standing next to me, and he's like got this sort of like trepidation, and he's about how you might react to that. And he's saying to me that he promises you that as soon as he got over to the spirit world, it wasn't long after when he realized that perhaps he should have done things differently, and he had made a big mistake.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. I am your host for today, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. So how has your week been so far? I hope you're having a good one. So as always, just before I come on live, I pull some cards. Today I am using the Oracle of the Unicorn cards, and this is for our weekly guidance and also our 3-card pull that I always do at the end of my show. So right now, I want you to just think of that number that you're drawn to straight away, number 1, number 2, number 3. And as always, at the end of the show, you will get a special message that's just for you, that really resonates to your soul. So I have pulled the card of the week, everybody, and we get the expansion card. Now, this is really, really powerful for us. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more. So the expansion card is a spread your wings and soar, share your message and shine your divine light, and show the world what you're made of. So this couldn't be more apt for us at the moment, because we are in an expansion time. We are expanding to a different level. We really, really are. So we've had that beautiful new moon on the weekend, and we're in Mercury retrograde. Both were in Pisces, so this was very, very powerful for us, and we are really getting ready to move forward, about spreading your wings, about flying, about new opportunities opening up for each and every one of us. New beginnings are here. It is time now to move forward. So that new moon has really brought in some beautiful new energy, which is much needed. So we've been in the Mercury retrograde, we're still in it now. February has felt quite heavy. I don't know how it's affected you, but I know for me and lots of people in my spiritual soul group, it's been a kind of hard going month, feeling very, very tired, very lethargic, hard to get that motivation going. And the reason being, February has asked us to go deep inside. So where we have a Mercury retrograde, we can often have a lot of inner stuff come up. We can be triggered. I know that I've been triggered a couple of times, and I'm sure you can resonate to this yourself. So we'll have some stuff come up to show us where we need to do our inner work. So we could have had those triggers. So February asks us to go deep within some of that inner work. Now, this shift that we're moving on to is so huge. We really are turning a corner in a big way. We are in this expansion time, and it's very special indeed, but we do need to be making sure that we're doing this inner work. So if things are showing up for you, or you're triggered, or some old patterns show up for you, things from the past may show up for you, you need to make sure that you're acknowledging that they're showing up, and realize that they're showing up for a very big reason. Maybe you're coming from an old pattern that's not working for you anymore. Maybe you haven't quite healed from the past or released that past. Often we might have people from our past show up in a Mercury retrograde, past relationships, or just people linked to times in our past of experiences that maybe weren't so good. And it's always about the inner work. So we really do need to take the reins right now, and need to, look what's showing up for us and do that inner work. I can't express how important this is for moving forward. So a Mercury retrograde is always about showing us where we're stuck for going forward. And it's always such a beautiful time. They're like you know, we've spoken about this before. There is a lot of fear energy around a Mercury retrograde. You've only got to look all over social media, and Mercury retrograde brings up a lot of fear energy for people. But it's actually a very, very powerful, positive time. So what we need to do, we just need to take note on what is coming up for us, and then we need to acknowledge it, and then we need to deal with it. We may have to do some of that inner work. And if we do it now, we breeze through this and we get to go on this next level, which is such a huge shift. I can't honestly explain where we're moving forward now. It's very positive news for so many of us, but we do need to make sure that we're cleansed and clear. So doing that inner work is vital right now. You can't bypass it on a spiritual path. You know, it really does help you to grow and evolve and move forward in a big, big way. So each and every one of us will always get times when we're triggered by things from our past or ways that we're coming from that just aren't working for us. We will get triggered. And what we need to do is we need to just say, okay, what is this telling me? What do I need to work on here? And as I said before, I think in last week's show, the 2 weeks leading up to a Mercury retrograde, the pre-shadow phase, always kind of highlights to us what we're going to be dealing with in this Mercury retrograde. So it's about keeping calm. It's about going with the flow. If you can go with that flowing energy at the moment, we're going to move forward to beautiful times. So you really are going to see your manifestations come in. It does feel uncomfortable sometimes, especially when we're being triggered. You know, we try and be positive and keep the positive practices and keep up our spiritual work, but we will get triggered at times, and it will sometimes pull us back a little bit. But it's sometimes by being pulled back and going within that really gives us clarity and really helps us move forward in a big way. So it is about, you know, this pause time. It's a time for reflection. That's why a lot of you will find that in February you've been quite still. There hasn't been much movement or much motivation to make much movement. You probably felt like hibernating a little bit, and that's, you know, recharging your energy, because in actual fact March brings a very different energy. We're heading towards our fresh new beginning, fresh new energy coming in, and March is about moving forward in a big way. So you're going to find that you're very, very busy in March. You're going to find that you're more motivated and that things just suddenly flow so easily, and those things that you've been putting off or you haven't felt any motivation to do are just going to happen so easily in March. So that's why February is a very important time for just pausing, slowing down, reflecting, going within, and, you know, having those bit of deep moments where you're asking yourself and being really honest with yourself, what is showing up for me? What inner work do I need to do? Because, you know, you do your inner work and you're just going to move forward with ease. If you try and resist doing the inner work or resist acknowledging what's coming up for you under this kind of energy, then you're just going to stay a little bit stuck. You're not going to move forward as easily, because we need to kind of put that past behind us. And it is a big releasing time. It is about moving forward and moving away from that past. So as much as possible, try and stay in the present moment. You know, that past is not going to serve you anymore. It's not going to help you. It's just going to keep you stuck. It's just going to keep you in fear-based energy and worry energy and keeping you from moving forward. And we don't want that at the moment. We want everybody to move forward. We want everybody to receive their manifestations, to align to this new energy that's coming in. We don't want anybody missing out on this. So do make sure that you're doing that inner work if it's popping up for you. If you feel triggered, just take the deep breaths and just, you know, ask the angels to come in and be around you, and just ask yourself, why am I being triggered? What is this showing for me? Where do I need to do some work? Do I need to do some work on releasing, maybe self-love, maybe boundaries? You know, there'll be all different stuff that comes up for you, because obviously you're on your own personal journey. So just ask yourself them questions. So if you need any help and support, I have got a spiritual soul group on Facebook. It is a paid subscription group. It is £25 monthly with no obligation to stay like month on. It's just you know, you pay for that month, and if you wish to stay another month, then you subscribe again. If you don't, then, you know, that's no problem. but this spiritual soul group can really, really help support you. So often on a spiritual path, we can feel quite lonely. We can feel very high vibe and positive when everything's going our way. But sometimes when we come under this kind of energy, such as the Mercury retrograde, where we may have triggers show up and things show up to make us do the inner work, this is where we can become quite unsettled, and the spiritual path can feel quite lonely and quite hard. So the angels guided me to set up this soul group because I work as a spiritual mentor. So to really help support you through these times, number one, by making you aware exactly what's going on energy wise and what you may be feeling. It's very reassuring to know that others are feeling exactly the same. To help keep you on that higher vibration, to help your mindset stay in the, aligned and in the higher space that needs to be to manifest all of your dreams. There's so much going on this group every single day. It has helped so many people step up, because I think sometimes we just need that support. We just need to feel loved and supported. We need to have that private space where we can just reach out and ask people, I'm feeling like this, what should I do? And we have weekly lives, we have weekly pendulum posts answering your yes/no questions, we have weekly oracle card pulls, we have monthly themes that we follow. So manifesting, abundance, chakras, all of that kind of thing. We follow a monthly theme, and it's just that love and support. So if you feel like that could resonate to you and you could be helped by this group, then this is on Facebook. You'll find it, the Spiritual Soul Group on Facebook, and just come and join us. We are a little soul family. It's such a loving space, and we'd welcome you on our group. So if you feel like that's for you, then come and join us. So I'm just going to have a bit of water because I'm still getting over this cold and I keep getting a dry throat. Okay, so we are going to go to a caller now. I think we have Louise from Bradford on the line. Are you there, Louise?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay, you?
Good. How can I help you today, Louise?
Just anything that comes through generally.
Just some guidance that comes through, Louise.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pull you some cards, and we will see what the angels want to bring up for you. So let's pull you some cards, Louise.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got 3 cards for you. So the first one, Louise, is Savouring Pleasure card, which tells me that you need a little bit of nurturing, that you're a little bit stressed out. Maybe you're feeling a little bit all over the place. I don't know if you can resonate to that, but I just feel straight away that the angels are giving me this energy that, everything's a bit much for you at the moment. You're under quite a little bit of stress, and you're just feeling a little bit all over the place and just not feeling yourself for a little while. Would that make sense, Louise?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay,
totally.
So I get that opening to love card. So would this be regarding love, that you're feeling a little bit all over the place?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so this is the love energy coming strong. Would you have a twin flame, Louise?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is telling me twin flame, a little bit up and down, a feeling frustration. I'm feeling that you're feeling unsettled with this energy, and that it's kind of taking its toll on you a little bit. So you're very stressed out about this. I feel like up and down relationship going. Yeah, because you will get that in a twin flame relationship, so you will know all about that anyway, being a twin flame. So where we're at the moment makes sense with the Savouring Pleasure card, because we're in the healing point at the moment. So lots and lots of twin flames are having frustration around this relationship. Some are having no contact and there's frustration around that, and others are just having a few ups and downs. And this is quite a common theme at the moment. I get the standing firm card, so I feel like you may have been messed around a bit here, because this is you coming into your power. This is you standing your ground, being strong, being brave. So does that resonate to you so far, Louise?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Yeah, so you need to stand in your power. I definitely feel like there is a turning point with this relationship where things are going to get so much better. But I feel like this twin flame relationship right now is in a healing phase. So I feel like are you being messed around a little bit, Louise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that feeling. So that's why you've got to be strong, stand in your power and stand your ground. So I feel like what the vibe that the angels are giving me for you right now is on, off, hot, cold. That is the vibe I'm getting. So 1 minute we're on and everything's good, and 1 minute we're pulling away and we're off. And that is a reflection to the partner, not you. This is your partner, or I'm saying partner, say twin flame, resisting healing. Would that make sense to you right now? Like really resisting working on that inner stuff and that healing. So that's why you're getting the hot cold. But I am being told by the angels change for you soon. This actually becomes more positive. But you have to stand your ground. You have to stand from your power space, and you have to get strong. So you have to kind of say, if you're going to be hot and cold and on and off with me, then I'm pulling myself back. I'm going to take my power and give myself that love and nurturing that I need. So I just feel like, although it doesn't feel like it for you right now, Louise, actually things are where they should be. I feel like things are on track because, with a twin flame relationship, it's not always easy going. It's not smooth sailing. I'm being given a sense that this is a really powerful healing time for the relationship. So it's about getting strong, standing firm. But I feel like you felt like you're going to walk away for good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So in a way, that is, I don't see you being apart for good at all, but that is kind of maybe what you need to do, is to put that intention out there that I am not going to stay around. I am going to have my boundaries. I am going to step into my power. I'm going to be strong here. I do feel like it's a relationship that will be around you. I don't think that it's done, but I think that you need to have those boundaries and say, you know what, while you're being on and off with me, I'm not going to tolerate this. I'm going to step back from this, if that makes sense to you. So taking your power back, Louise, and letting him do this, it's like, in a way, that he needs to have some space to be forced to do this healing, because there's real resistance around this. It's like you've done so much inner work yourself, and it's not a match. It's not an even match at the moment, because there's resistance around his side to the healing.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, so don't worry about this. Really, don't worry about this. I just feel like everything's going to be all right. I'm going to pull you a romance card. I just feel like we need to get a card from the romance deck and see what we get here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So you get the wedding and the soulmate card. So the soulmate card is, yes, it's your soulmate, but we know it's your twin flame, so it's a bit of a deeper relationship than the soulmate. But we get the wedding card involving marriage. So this is commitment later down the line. But for you now, at the moment, Louise, it's important that he does this healing inner work. This part in his life needs to be done. There's no walking away from this. And I feel like that's why you've got the hot and cold going on. That's why 1 minute is on, 1 minute it's off. So just stand in your power a little bit more, get some boundaries up. But I do feel like everything is going to sort itself out.
Thank you.
I hope that's helped a little bit.
That has helped. Thank you very much. That all made sense.
Yeah, well, take care of yourself, and you know,
You
it
take
will
care.
be okay.
Appreciate it. Thank
Okay,
you.
you take care, Louise.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so in this part of the show, what I would really like to do now is I really want to share with you all a really powerful manifesting practice, because we're talking about shifting forward. We're talking about taking our power back, stepping into our power space, you know, coming from that space of love, coming from our heart space, stepping away from that head space, which is just the fear energy, the worry energy. Remember, fear is only ever an illusion. So we're taking our power back. So I want to share with you a really powerful practice that really has worked for me. And also we use this quite regularly in my spiritual soul group. And the members have really found that it's worked for them too. So it's called the 5 times 55 method. So I just want to share this with you and talk a little bit about it. So this is all about the number 5. And the reason being the number 5 is that number 5 in numerology is the number of completion, of complete transformation, and of instant manifestation. So it's a real power number. So the 5 times 55 is finding an affirmation for yourself. So this is a power affirmation, finding an affirmation that resonates to you on a really, really deep level. Try and find an affirmation that links in with your manifestation, so that you know, it complements what you're manifesting. Then what you do, you get a piece of paper and a pen, and every day for 5 days, you write out this same affirmation 55 times. Now, it is a bit hard going on the hand, I must say, because it needs to be handwritten. There is power to pen to paper. So it can't be copy and paste on the computer, I'm afraid, because there won't be enough power behind it. So you have to write this affirmation out 55 times, and you repeat that for 5 days. So if you're not, you know, you don't fancy writing too long, then try and make your affirmation a shorter version, because like I say, it's a little bit heavy going on the arm and the hand. But you write this out 55 times. This is so powerful. It really, really is. And then after you finish that, if you want to go and revisit it in any way, then you just pick another powerful affirmation and you do the same. So you will write this out 55 times for 5 days. It's always got to be the same affirmation. So you're repeating that same affirmation for 5 days running, and you're writing the same affirmation 55 times. So this is where the power in it is. You don't forget a day. If you forget a day, you have to go back to day 1, I'm afraid. So it's a bit of a pain. You need to kind of put yourself a little reminder if you're going to commit to this powerful manifesting technique. It really does bring about change in a big way. So I have chosen the 3 kind of most common areas that people come to me for, you know, like when I'm doing my spiritual work. And I have chosen some powerful affirmations to maybe give you some ideas in case you're thinking, oh, what affirmation should I use? So I have chosen abundance, because that's always a strong area that people are manifesting. So here are just some examples of the affirmations that you could use. Obviously, you're only picking one, or you pick your own affirmation. I express gratitude for the abundance in my life. I am open to receive all the abundance of the universe. Money comes to me easily and effortlessly. I am attracting wealth and prosperity. I am connected to the endless abundance of the universe. I am a magnet for money. I give thanks for my financial gain. I am aligned to the vibration of abundance. So they're just some real power affirmations. And again, you would only be choosing one of them to use, or choose your own one. Like I say, it's really, really important that it complements what you're manifesting. So these would be example ones, powerful affirmations. You would choose one of these if you were manifesting abundance. So if you were trying to increase your finances. So the next area I've chosen is, of course, love, because this is always a big area that people are manifesting. So here are some example love affirmations that are really powerful. I am attracting love into my life. I spread love and it returns to me in abundance. I naturally attract loving relationships into my life. I am loved beyond comprehension. I am attracting a loving soulmate. I am divinely guided in love. So again, you would just be picking one of them if you were manifesting love, and they're real power affirmations. And the other area I have chosen is health, because this is another area that people are manifesting to have their health improved. So my body is amazing. All of my cells heal and I am filled with a vitality. I am in perfect health. I am healed. I am healthy. I am whole. I am a magnet for good health. I am blessed with a vibrant health. I am healthy in mind and I am healthy in body. My body is healthy and strong. So again, they're just some powerful affirmations. I've also done some affirmations on self-love, because I feel like at the moment, the more that we can be loving ourselves unconditionally, the more that we will be aligning to our true power. And when we align to our true power, manifesting is instant. So the more that you can love yourself. So a really good affirmation for self-love is, I am enough and I am worthy and I honor and respect me. So that's just a good affirmation that you can just repeat. So I'm just going to go to the cards, our messages for the end of the show. So anyone who chose number 1, your card is abundance. So get ready to see that money coming in. Get ready to see an increase in your finances. You have beautiful abundance energy all around you right now. But anybody who chose number 2, get ready to celebrate. You get the celebration card. So this is good news coming your way. Good news and things shifting around you. There's going to be a big celebration coming up. And for anyone who chose number 3, this is the possibility card. So this is you flying, soaring. Anything is possible, knowing that you are unlimited and that you are manifesting on a high level. So I hope those cards resonated to you. I hope that everybody has the most magical week. I'm setting that intention for each and every one of you. And I am sending so much love and light your way. Lots of love, everyone.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Hello, everyone in the United States. Hello, everyone around the world. I hope you all are having a fantastic day. And I just want to say hi, my name is Lisa, and I am a healer. I'm a medium, an intuitive, and a teacher of all things spirit. And you know what? Everything is spirit. So that's why I love to teach about it, because it really helps you unlock that door to understanding your greater awareness. Because, you know, we all live here in the physical world, and we have to deal with the physical world. You know, we go to work, we walk our dog, we go to the grocery store, we have to deal with people, and we also get to tune in to what's going on around the world right now. And something I want to talk about, which is really, I've noticed, because I am very intuitive and empathic, meaning I feel energy. So I feel like I can walk into a room and I can feel if there's been an argument in the room, even if no one's arguing in the room anymore. So I pick up on this energy that's left or imprinted in the space, and I can feel it. Or, for example, when people come to see me for healing sessions, I give Reiki in person and also, remotely. But when people come over to my home, like it may be 2 hours or so before the session, I may notice some of their physical or mental or emotional issues. Like I may notice that they have a stomach ache, and my stomach will actually hurt. And this may be before I even see them or know that they have a stomach ache, and then they'll come to the door. I'm like, hi, how are you? And they say, well, my stomach hurts. I'm like, okay. Now I know why my stomach was hurting. Or I may pick up on their thoughts. If they have anxiety or stress, I might feel like an anxiousness in my body, or my thoughts might start to race. And so I've noticed this, and so over time I've learned to deal with it. And there are ways to deal with it. And it's called spiritual hygiene. And the reason I want to talk about this today is because there's a lot going on in the world right now that's bringing up a lot of fear for people. And, the world is already pretty, there's a lot going on in the physical world right now that people think, well, it's pretty crazy at times. And, it can be. We don't have to choose to tap into that energy, but sometimes that energy is so overwhelming, we can't help but feel a little anxious or nervous or upset, and we don't always know why. Like maybe we're typically not always anxious. Maybe we're typically very balanced or feel at peace, but then something kind of rocks the boat and we start feeling stressed out and or triggered or angry. And sometimes it's our own stuff, but other times it can be the people around us or people around us in the city where we live. We might even tap into world events. And I have to tell you that I've been tapping into world events lately, and I have picked up on a lot of fear around the world. And as you know, or may have been hearing on the news, at least locally and even internationally, that there is something going around called the coronavirus. And it's something that people don't know a lot about. And that makes people fearful. It's something that people are worried about. They're worried about catching it, or they're worried about how it would affect them. They're worried about possibly not being able to live their life the way they normally do because of what they hear is going on in China or Italy or in other countries that are imposing quarantines on people, telling them you can't leave your home, and because we want to make sure no one else gets this virus. So all of this has brought up a lot of fear in the world, energetic fear. And being a person who's really in tune with that kind of energy, let me tell you, I notice it. And I've noticed it, and it's built over the days. I've tapped into it. When I say tapped into it, it means I don't sit in it. Okay, so that's the good news. I don't have to sit in that fearful energy. Like, I know what's going on in my world, but I don't absorb it. I don't sit in it. I don't connect with it and make it my own. All right. And that's really important that you don't do that. So if you're listening somewhere around the world and you're in a situation where you're feeling a little frightened or you're feeling anxious about everything that's happening around you, I want to give you some steps today that you can take that will assist you in protecting your energy and cleansing your energy and separating your energy from the greater energy in the world or from the people around you who may be more of a fear-based thinker. Okay, when you're in fear, you aren't open to guidance. Okay, you're not open to your higher self or your intuition. It really kind of cuts it off. And so it's really important that you practice something called spiritual hygiene. And I wrote this really a comprehensive document about spiritual hygiene, and I give it to my students who I teach Reiki, I give it to people who are in my spiritual healing practice, some of my clients who need to practice it because they're exposed to a lot of negativity. So I just want to read just a little bit of this document to you, and I also want to share this with you. If you will message me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy, or on Facebook at my personal page at Lisa Short. I'm in Lenexa, Kansas. I will message you this entire document, and it's like a 10-page document, and it goes through a lot of details about what you can do to protect yourself from this fear-based energy that's going around. Okay, so spiritual hygiene is necessary, just like brushing your teeth or taking a shower, and you do it every day. I do it every day. Otherwise, I would just be a case. Like, I pick up on so much energy. I need to practice this every single day. So cleansing your energy body allows you to release and protect yourself from the energy you pick up from other people, places, and things as you go throughout your day. So this is really important, especially if you feel like your psychic gifts are opening up. If you have this empathic gift of feeling other people's energy, you're going to want to do this every single day so you can really help yourself. So science, actual like physical science, shows us that the human body is a conductor of electricity. Okay, so we have electricity flowing through us at all times. You know, our brain, our heart, all of the little mechanisms in the body operate with electricity in the body. So that affects our nervous system. Our nervous system is where we notice things, we feel things, and that's where we connect spiritually with those feelings, because our nervous system is like our radio in our energetic body that picks up on other people's feelings, emotions, thoughts, physical pains. You get that through the nervous system, okay? That's your receiver, okay? So we have this biomagnetic field that surrounds us that's like our antenna, all right? So we're like a radio receiver. We have this antenna around us, and our nervous system tells us what is going on around us. And that antenna can be like out to each side of the world and back, okay? It can be expanded out, and you may not even realize what you're picking up on. All right, so we're vibrational, meaning we're at a frequency, okay? We operate at a frequency. And so we need to understand that we need to isolate ourselves sometimes from people. We need to have some quiet time. If we don't have quiet time, we're going to get overloaded, you know, and that builds our stress, all right? So if we watch a lot of negative programming on TV, sometimes it's the news. We're going to become negative in our outlook, like how we see the world. So what you want to do is focus on positive influences. You want to focus on something that's light, that's funny, that's joyful. You want to watch something that's inspirational, or listen to radio or YouTube content that's inspirational. That means brings you up, not pushes you down, all right? So we have this aura around us, all right, and then we have our chakras. And there's more than 7 chakras. We just talk about the 7 for, just to be really clear. We're not going to go into a lot of detail, but our chakras and our aura work together as a system, and that's how we balance our energy, okay? So that's just a real brief synopsis of how that works. Now, let me tell you some ways. I want you, if you are a person who needs to really protect themselves, I would suggest selecting one of these options every single day to cleanse, ground, and shield yourself energetically. Okay? So the first thing you want to do, there's 5 ways to remove energetic debris. That's like all this dust and dirt and stuff that we pick up throughout our day from other people, and sometimes it's from our own thoughts building up in our energy and just kind of weighing us down and getting clogged up in our chakras, and we want to get that out, okay? So there's something you can do. You can detox in the bath or shower, and I go into that. I mentioned it a few times before on my program. You can do a violet flame mantra. That's a beautiful thing to do. It invokes a beautiful purple violet flame that's cleansing spiritually. I have that detailed in this document, which I will send to you. Just reach out to me and ask. You can also use sage. Sage is something that's been used by people throughout the ages to clear the energy in a space, like a building. You would just light the sage and walk around and blow it into all the corners of the home or the room. You can also sage your crystals to cleanse them, and you can sage like your aura. Just, be sure not to get it too close to your face. You don't want to breathe it in too much, but it's just going to be moved throughout the house. It's going to bless and cleanse the space. Your intentions are another thing that really assists you with deciding how your day is going to go, and that's a way of cleansing. The one other thing that I find is phenomenal for really shifting and cleansing your frequency or your body is sound, okay? So sound is vibration, all right? Sound is used for cleansing and attuning all parts of the energetic body. And so the universe, now this is science, this is not just Lisa, the universe is composed of vibrating patterns, okay? And that unifies the universe and orchestrates it. Okay, just like an orchestra, you know how you hear a harmonious orchestra sound and how it sounds like it all fits together and is beautiful? That's what happens with sound and vibrations in the universe. So when we see something that's a solid object, like me, for example, or my glasses or my shirt or whatever it is, what we're really seeing is a vibrating tone. Yeah. That's pretty wild, isn't it? A vibrating tone. Okay, that sounds crazy. It's the truth. This is science, once again, not me. If the vibration stops, like if it stops vibrating, guess what happens to the object? We don't see it anymore. That's pretty wild. That's like so far out. You're going to have to wrap your head around that one. Okay, so our bodies, like our frequency, actually has a range, all right? A healthy human body actually has a range of 62 to 68 megahertz. Pretty cool. If we fall below 58 megahertz, like if we're sick, if we're thinking negative, if we're having a lot of negative people in our lives, our megahertz, our frequency is going to drop, okay? And that's when sickness and dis-ease start to come in. And so this is why it's important to practice spiritual hygiene. All right, you've got to keep that frequency up. So you can do that through energy healing, like I do. You can do it through essential oils that carry a vibration of plants. You can do it through sound. You can do it through color healing. All of these contribute to improving our frequency and, in turn, our health and wellness. So you're going to want to check this out because I actually have a link to a free chakra attunement that you can listen to, which will help all of this. It'll help attune your vibration and all of it. Okay, that's cleansing. The next thing is grounding. You've got to ground every day. Grounding is like, you know how you have an outlet in your house and it has 1, 2, 3 poles in where you plug in something? So the bottom hole is called the grounding hole, all right? That grounds your house's electricity into the earth itself, okay? Because if we didn't do that, we'd walk around and electrocute ourselves in the house, okay? So your energy in your body, you're electrical. Okay, you have all this going through you, so you need to ground yourself too, all right? And when you ground yourself, it's easy. Go out for a walk, okay, or walk barefoot on the earth, okay? That's a really good way to ground yourself. There's a couple visualizations I have in this document you can read. You can eat grounding foods like root vegetables, excellent for grounding. That'll ground your energy naturally. Meditation is a grounding technique as well, okay? So you want to try that to keep your energy plugged into the ground, all right? Because it's like a tree that's shallow rooted. If you're up here and you're thinking all these thoughts and you're going through your day and you're vibing high and all this, and you're not grounded deeply, like a shallow rooted tree, guess what's going to happen? It's going to fall over. It's going to get off balance, and it's just going to be off balance big time. Okay. And when you're off balance, what happens? You get sick. You get discomfort. You have conditions that are not favorable to being healthy. And so you certainly want to ground yourself. And then the last thing is to shield yourself. All right. Shielding is like literally putting a bubble around you of protection. All right. Another way you can shield yourself, I just told this to someone the other day in a session. She's really trying to push out some negativity in her life. I said, visualize lots of mirrors all around you, but instead of facing you in a circle, face them out. Okay? So these mirrors are going to push out other people's negativity. Now, you're not intending that negativity that you're pushing out through the mirrors is sent out with any kind of anger or anything like, I told you, I'm getting you back. No. You're going to send that out with love, and it's going to go right back to the person who sent it. Whatever negative energy they sent, it's going to push out and go right back to them. It's not going to be anything that's negative, all right? You're just protecting yourself. All right, I have a couple other tips. There's a protection prayer that you can say. It's very... it's very general, but it's very effective, okay? And you can substitute the word God with universe or a higher being that's familiar to you. You do not have to use the word God. But you can say this. This is so good, all right? This is by James Dillett Freeman, all right? It's not mine. But it says, the light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us. The presence of God watches over us. Wherever we are, God is. All right. That's really good to say. If you're in a situation where you're feeling really anxious, go ahead and say that prayer. All right. You can use crystals. Black tourmaline is an excellent crystal to use for filtering out negativity. All right. And then you, of course, ask for guidance. All right. That's going to be helpful as well. I want to send you this document. Okay, this is a really nice document. I have it on my tablet here, but I can share it with you easily. Just send me a message through Facebook at Pure Love Energy by Lisa Short on my business side, or at Lisa Short in Lenexa, Kansas on my personal page. And I'll send this over to you as soon as I get your message, and it'll be really helpful for you. I just send all the love and light to all of those who are scared right now, and just breathe deep and know that you are loved. All right. Thank you so much. Let me see. I have a caller, and this is Lauren in Lincolnshire, England. Lauren, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much. So, Lauren, how are you today?
A bit tired.
Tired? Well, what's going on? Why are you tired? What's happening? What do you need to know?
I'm just kind of wondering what to expect within the next couple of years. I'm a bit on edge about things and worried and overthinking about things too much.
Yeah. And it seems like it's with many things, right? Like the entire direction of your life. Is this like a big picture question here? Because that's what it feels like. Yeah, I know. Well, first of all, Lauren, I want to suggest that if you could reach out to me, I want to send you what I was just talking about on the air, because that's going to be helpful. Lauren, do you feel like you're intuitive, or you like pick up on people's energy? Because that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I can literally feel spirits. I've felt family members around me. I could just literally feel and know that they were there with me.
Yeah, right. So this is like just exactly what I was talking about. I'm going to talk to you about your question too, but I want you to be sure you protect yourself. Okay, if you're not doing that, you need to protect yourself energetically, cleanse yourself energetically, and ground yourself every single day. It's so important, because that's going to help you figure out what's not your stuff. All right? It's really easy to get caught up in other people's stuff, like their energy and how they feel and their thoughts, and that it contributes to your anxiety, because this anxiety you have right now is about you projecting out into the future so much that you just can't possibly see your way clear. Like it's just too much. Is there a move coming up around you?
Pardon?
A move? Are you thinking about moving or changing locations?
Possibly.
Possibly? Okay. Because it's like this. All of your energy right now is so scattered that nothing's going to come to fruition. Like, it's going to be out there, and you keep sort of pushing it away. What you need to do, and what I drew was the star card. All right. The star in tarot, okay, is about your self-confidence. All right. So I want you to tell me what it is that you feel you do really, really well.
Being able to raise my son by myself.
Okay, beautiful. All right. So you're self-sufficient, right? You have that ability to be self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you don't want to doubt yourself on that ability to be self-sufficient in all parts of your life, not just that. Now, that covers a lot, because you being a good mom and you taking charge and being responsible, he keeps you grounded, right? He keeps your feet flat on the earth. Like you want to improve, you want to change your life, you want to make things better for him. And that requires feeling good about yourself. All right. So something else I want to read to you. This other card fits right in. I mean, it goes with the star card that I just drew for you. Okay. You have what it takes if you only believe in yourself. My gosh, I mean, that fits exactly with what the other card is. Thinking that you're powerless when you're not. A lack of self-confidence that keeps you from acting on or getting what you want. This is the message here. This is about you really digging deep and deciding what you're going to do and where you're going to do it. All right? You have all the tools you need. You have the power. If you believe in yourself, you can move mountains. All right? I feel like you've had this power in the past and you're doubting yourself now. There's a trust that's lacking for you right now, in that you are always divinely in the right place at the right time. There are happy changes ahead, and it's going to push you far away from the challenges you've had in the past, all right? And the 2-year mark sounds about right. Sounds about right, where you're going to be in this new space, all right? You're going to be in this new space with what you need to do. With location, I feel like there's going to be a move. I feel like it's not going to be super far away, but it's going to be an improvement in where you are. I also feel like there's going to be a real shift with you in the area of what you can do for a profession, all right? Because you need to find something that's going to be true to what your calling is. Are you still with me? Okay. Your calling. Why do I talk about people's calling while we're waiting for her to come back, Lauren to come back? People's calling is what fuels their soul purpose, all right? When you feel and believe and trust in what your heart desires. Hello, Lauren?
Hello? Yeah, sorry, it went silent. I couldn't hear anything.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we were talking about belief in yourself, and we were talking about what these the two cards I pulled for you, and it's not the power of the cards, it's the message, okay, is confidence in yourself. And the confidence in yourself comes from feeling and knowing what you do best, all right? So if there's a plan for you, if there's something that you're looking forward to doing that gives you joy, I want you to build on that feeling and do something in that area professionally, okay? What are you doing something right now? Are you working in something that you like right now?
No, I'm not working at the moment.
Okay, so I think that the feeling here is that you can start bringing something in that you like to do and do it for others and start building on that as your new profession, because that's where your power is. That's where your confidence is. I don't know exactly what are the things that you do well, what gives you joy. If it's taking care of your son and being self-sufficient and doing all that, you could teach others to do the same, because some people aren't that way. Do you understand? Some people are not that way. And they need a coach. They need guidance. They need assistance and support in that. And you have it under your belt. Like, you know how to do that. Like, you could talk to someone about that and totally tell them what to do, right? Like, you could give them that advice. And they may pay you for that, all right? Think about that. Start imagining, start visualizing that you are bringing in people who need your help, all right? You know what I mean by visualize?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's very important, because that's the key here to getting what you need, what you want. All right, so you're start visualizing people is what I'm saying. Start putting your message. I want to help people who need to be more self-sufficient, need help with raising their children, need help with these areas that you do so well. You're going to start pulling them into your reality, all right? So visualize your soulmate people coming in. And you may have to start helping them, and it would be just for free at the time. But once you start feeling more confident and get that success feeling, that vibe of, I do this really well, I value myself for doing this, I can charge people for this, you will start on your path, all right? And that will take you to places you never thought or imagined about. Have you thought about starting your own business?
No.
Okay, well, I'm telling you that's where you need to head, all right? You just start trying to pull those people, pull those people in. You have so much power. And when you feel good about yourself, you're going to start projecting that energy out there. It's going to pull people back in. All right? Lauren, I have to go. I'm sorry our call was cut short. But if you will message me at Lisa Short in Lenexa, Kansas on Facebook, I will send you a free PDF document that tells you how to cleanse your energy and ground yourself, protect yourself. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. Once again, if you'd like my spiritual hygiene document of how to cleanse, ground, and protect yourself, just go ahead and message me at Lisa Short in Lenexa, Kansas, or at Pure Love Energy on Facebook, and I'll send it over to you. I hope you have
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Intuitive Listening with Trish Rock. Live from TrishRock.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Intuitive Listening
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody, from Australia. Again, this morning, I'm Trish Rock, and this is the Intuitive Listening Show. Wherever you're listening from, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so honored to be broadcasting across the globe on these amazing channels. All right. How's your week been so far? You know, I think for many of us, especially empaths, people who are sensitive, you don't necessarily have to be, overly intuitive, but you can be sensitive to the environment. I think for many of us, it's actually quite tiring at the moment, just kind of fighting off all the negativity. And that's what I want to talk about today, because when we are in the fight energy, that's exhausting us as well. And, to bring that back to on a daily basis, on a moment-by-moment basis, if we can choose to put our energy into feeling happiness within us, rather than trying to fight the people around us to bring us happiness, that is a far better scenario. And it's actually better for everyone, because we cannot find our happiness in anything or anyone outside of us. Happiness comes from within us, and it's our choice. No matter what's happening on the external, it's our choice to choose happiness, to draw that line in the sand and say, yep, you know what, I'm not going to allow the events of the world, the events of my community, the people around me to affect me in any way that doesn't make me feel good. And it's up to you to do that. And I've pulled a few cards today which also reflect that message. And it's the same message in my YouTube videos for this week. And thank you to everyone who has gone over and subscribed to my YouTube channel. I do 2 videos every Sunday. They're released, so I'd love you to go over there. Just look up Trish Rock on YouTube. And also thank you to all the beautiful people who've come over to Facebook onto Trish Rock Abundance page. And if you haven't joined there yet, please come along and join. And you can also book a reading with me from that page if you'd like a more in-depth reading about where you are at the moment and how you can move forward into, the year that you want, into the relationship you want, into the job that you want, into the freedom that you want this year. So pop over there onto my page, Trish Rock Abundance or Trish Rock Transformation over on Facebook, and join me there. Now, when it comes to day-to-day living, this is really where our work is. It's on a moment-by-moment basis. How am I feeling? And it's up to you to set yourself up for the day as well. So here's a couple of things that I do to set my day up for a good day, right? A better feeling day, so that I'm in control, right, of my own power. Firstly, I will have some quiet time when I wake up. I won't go straight into drama on social media or news or anything like that. If I see my mind stepping immediately into the problems of yesterday, I stop that as well and either put on some beautiful music or meditate or change my mindset to something that I want. So this morning I spent 10 minutes lying in bed visioning what I want in the next little while. The other thing I do is I use crystals. I've always got crystals in my bra, and depending on what mood I'm in, but also what energy I feel is important for that day. So today for me is all about feeling peace and love and everything. So I've got rose quartz and I've also got ruby. And then for this reading this morning, for my beautiful merlinite, for those of you on Moonstruck that you can see this is my beautiful merlinite crystal. Isn't it gorgeous? I call it my magic crystal because Merlin's for magic, and that really, I don't know, just really brings me back to the magic of me. And look, however you choose to do it, you've got to come back to yourself. Now, the first card that I have pulled is from the Keepers of the Light deck, and it is Cernunnos. I'll show you that one. Cernunnos. And this is life force. Express your driving passion. Sensual and sexual powers are increased. This is really a message of all of those deep built up energies that you've got in you at the moment that you feel you can't express because of your fears or because of what other people on the external are going to think or say. It's really time for you to stand up and say, you know what? This is my energy. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of me, and I'm not going to shrink to suit anybody else anymore. This is really a declaration from you. And the thing is, when you've got this beautiful energy ready to kind of open up to the world, but you're still shrinking to please other people, this is where the conflict is. And then you really start resenting and feeling anger and frustration for those people around you that are supposedly stopping you from being you. But only you can stop you from being you. Now, the next part of this message is this one, which I've got for you, which is confrontation, picking your battles wisely. This is the other thing here. If you do decide this morning or today, it's like, right, that's it. I'm just going to say what I've been wanting to say for the last, day, year, 5 years, whatever. I'm just going to blurt it all out. That is not picking your battle wisely either, right? Because there are people around you that will perhaps never accept who you are or never accept your point of view. There are people around you who will never change. And by picking battles with them, you really are just going to be exhausted trying to win that. So this week really is for you a beautiful message of empowerment. Do what you can to really feel into your peace, your happiness. Don't rely on the external or the people around you or your circumstances to be making you feel happy. You need to feel happy no matter what's going on. And then all of that stuff that's going on around you that perhaps you don't like at the moment won't feel so tiring for you. And we get back to the beginning where I was saying a lot of us are feeling zapped. We're feeling tired. It's the constant battle that we're putting ourselves in to please other people and to shrink. And so we need to stop doing that. Now, the other thing I'm going to do today is pull for those of you on the TV, you'll be able to see this. I've got this beautiful book, Notes from the Universe. Some of you may receive messages from Mike Dooley from Notes from the Universe in your inbox. I receive them all the time. They're amazing. So get on the website, Notes from the Universe, and sign up. It's really incredible. But I've got the book here, and I'm going to actually open up to a page for an extra message today. But the other thing that's I've just been pointed out to is my beautiful bookmark that I had in this book, which I haven't seen for a little while. I'm going to read this out to you as well. Especially, this is for the women. This is for the women. You are a truly remarkable woman. You are a remarkable woman who accomplishes so much. As a strong woman in a man's world, you are strong but soft, strong but caring, strong but compassionate. You are a remarkable woman who accomplishes so much as a giving woman in a selfish world. You give to your friends, to your family, to everyone. You are a remarkable woman, and you are loved by so many people whose lives you have touched, including mine. That's just a beautiful little sentiment today to perhaps fill your soul with some love and beauty. All right, I'm going to just flip this book open somewhere. Let's see, that's the page there. All right. Interesting. This is the one. This is the one here that I have been drawn to say, and it's a very short, simple message. If they are in your life, love them. Now, it seems to be opposite to what we were just talking about before, right? About standing up to those people around you or to really start saying what's on your mind and stop shrinking. But this really is the key. If they're in your life, love them. This in itself is your compassionate soul source coming out and understanding that everybody is source energy on the inside. It's just that some personalities, and we all have personalities that have built up over the years and over the generations with the opposite to love, and we will collide with some personalities. So whoever it is that's in your life that may be causing friction right now, just love them anyway. Love them from afar. Just love them in your own heart, your own mind, and that in itself will take away a lot of the friction and the tension. So that's our beautiful messages for today. Now let's take our reader for the day. We have Wanda in Richmond, Virginia. Hello, Wanda. How are you?
Okay. I wanted to know about my son. He was murdered last June by one of his roommates, and they've never arrested anybody. They're getting away with it. My son was 28 years old.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Wanda. I'm so sorry to hear that. So there was obviously police investigations, etc.?
No, the police didn't investigate anything. My son evicted the boy, told him he had to vote the next day, and he dosed my son with cocaine fentanyl. No one there knew it, but he started ODing at 1, and that guy told all the kids there not to call 911, that the police would come and they'd all get in trouble. And they didn't call till 3 a.m. 2 hours later. They let him lay in the floor and die.
Oh, gosh.
It was the boy that had got kicked out that night, and the police wrote it off as an OD, and they've never investigated anything at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very distressing. I can't even imagine what pain that would be for you, Wanda. I haven't been in that situation, and I can only imagine. So my heart goes out to you, not only just for losing your son, but the situation and the circumstances. The first thing I really want to say is that by being focused on the injustice.
I want justice.
Yes.
I want these people. I want them all arrested and put in jail. Will I ever get justice for my son?
Yeah, I think the first thing here though is that because of the focus here on the injustice of it all, there's the focus really needs to be here on how much you loved your son and focus on the good times you had with him. There seems to be too much focus on the injustice of it, which is denying you that those beautiful memories of him. I'm getting a real sense of peace here, actually, Wanda, from your son. I'm just getting a sense of peace here. And I'm just getting the message here, and I don't know whether that's from him or whether that's from my guides. I'm getting the message here that everything is lining up, that the evidence is being lined up, is what I'm being told. Now, that is perhaps not going to be in a set timeline, right? But I'm getting told that it's being lined up and that justice will be done, but there needs to be some letting go from you because, your son wants you to be happy as well and start living. And I just feel that this burden of 80% focus on getting this resolved, that burden is really weighing you down and keeping that sadness in you. So the first thing really is to know that everything is behind the scenes is really getting lined up so that
do you think it will be
something
soon?
Pardon?
Do you think that it will be soon this year that these people are arrested?
I'm not kind of getting in the immediate future, definitely like not the next couple of months, but I feel that in time it will all line up. I feel it will, Wanda. And there could be some evidence of it starting to line up towards the end of this year. And I know that
everyone already knows but the police. They did absolutely nothing whatsoever. Everyone knows this boy dosed my son and that they let him lay there and die. They let him lay in the floor for 2 hours when the ambulance only took 3.5 minutes to get there. He started ODing at 1. He was throwing up. He had ingested it. And he was throwing up. Walked out of the bathroom. He couldn't breathe. He passed out. He was unconscious and unresponsive. And they let him lay in the floor till 3 o'clock. He died at 2:45. See, I've already talked to communicated with a half a dozen psychic mediums every week since he died last June. And they are all consistent. He told them he died at 2:45. Are you getting that?
I don't tune into things like that, Wanda. I'm kind of working with you here to maybe, start stepping out of this total focus here on the injustice of it all, because it's not good for your health to be focused. And I understand you want justice, but behind the scenes, it's all lining up. And I feel you really need to understand that, and going over the details constantly in your mind is is not giving you space in your mind to really celebrate your beautiful son. And the message I'm getting here is that he wants to be celebrated by you. And, you know, just
he has the nicest headstone, the biggest, the nicest. It took 3 days to customize his headstone. It was $8,000 for that. Every holiday, no matter what it is, I go out and decorate. And his birthday was day before Christmas. He would have been 29.
Yeah.
Our whole family went and had a birthday party at the cemetery for him. My sister even ordered a special birthday cake. But
I love that one.
All my friends but one are dead. My parents died.
Yeah.
Within a little over 2 years, my mother died, my best friend, and my son.
Yeah. So, yeah, I absolutely love that, Wanda, and I got goosebumps. So he is there with you at all those celebrations and really just wants you to start living life and be happy, because the circumstances of his death, as wrong as they were, shouldn't stop you from living. And that's really the biggest message that I want to give to you. And please know that things behind the scenes are all working out, and there's no timeline for it. And it's really time to, you know, not forget about it, but certainly start living again is the biggest message I'm getting. To
murder somebody because you were evicted from an apartment? He was murdered. The boy bought the drugs in advance that day. The police know who the person was that he bought the drugs from. It was all premeditated. And that boy's walking free.
Yeah, so
all of them are walking free.
Yeah, so once again, Wanda, I just want to say to you the focus needs to shift from all of these details onto you moving forward with your life. That's really the message I'm getting. And it's just consuming you. It's just consuming you, and your son certainly doesn't want
all
that.
All day, every day. My whole house is my son. His pictures, his trophies, his awards. He was college educated. He was certified.
Well, we wish you all the best, Wanda, and thank you for calling in today.
So he will get we will get justice. That's.
It's all, but I'm getting the message that things are lining up. But you know, once again, the real message here for you, Wanda, is to take your focus off it so that you can start living again. Okay.
Well, I live for him.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you for calling in, Wanda. Okay, well, let's talk now a little bit more about sorry, just let me gather my thoughts there for a second. I'm still, that was just a bit heavy for me. So once again, this week, really talking about you finding your happiness and really shining through. One of the things really that comes from you finding your happiness, and because a lot of people think, well, why should I be happy if other people aren't? Or, you know, shouldn't I be focusing more on helping people? Shouldn't I be focusing more on, sacrificing my life or my happiness or my peace or my energy so other people can be happy? And this really is this is really the old rules that we've been taught and brought up within society and within our surroundings, that we are less important than everyone else. And this week really is a message of bringing that importance back to you, not in an arrogant way, not in a selfish way, not in a disrespectful way, but to really honor, love, respect, treat yourself like you matter 100%. And from that space, that is where everything in the external changes. And, it was interesting. I seem to be, being a little bit of disrespect seems to be kind of in my environment at the moment. And I haven't had that for quite a few years because I just haven't kind of been around people that disrespect me. And, you've got to kind of look at all of that, not get angry or frustrated, but look at, okay, where am I disrespecting myself? And go from there and work from there. So this week, bring that life force within you, that energy to life, and choose your battles wisely this week, and absolutely treat yourself with all the love and respect that you deserve. All right, so make sure you head over to my YouTube channel. I produce 2 videos a week with the weekly message and inspiration. It's at Trish Rock on YouTube. And please come over and like my page on Facebook, Trish Rock Abundance or Trish Rock Transformation. You can also book a reading from there. I hope you have an amazing week. Thank you so much for tuning in again and watching this show. I really appreciate your support, and I will see you next week. Bye for now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Amanda Hall Psychic on A1R,
the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope wherever you are on this amazing planet of ours, you're having an absolutely sensational week. It's been a very, very interesting week, and we'll get on to that a little bit more later on in the show when we talk about the new moon in Pisces. But first of all, let's kick the show off with the Secrets of Tarot card of the week, which is the Magician. Now, it always never ceases to amaze me that how I draw a card before the show for the week ahead and how it tends to tie in with what I'm going to be talking about. Now, it's not sheer luck and it's not coincidental. I don't believe in coincidences, but it just shows me that everything ties together, as I've always believed, whether you're looking at astrology, numerology, palmistry, psychic ability, just listening to your hunches, that there is no coincidences. Everything is linked. And so is energy. And energy is something that we all have surrounding us each and every day. So the card this week is the Magician. Now, the Magician card is what it says. It's a magician. He has all his tools of trade in front of him. And it's the card of the element of surprise. Now, the word surprise can be an unusual sort of word, because some people tend to think of surprises and they think you beauty presents and it's all good and everything's wonderful and everything's happy. And other people think of the word surprise and think, uh-oh, what have I got to look out for? Something bad is on its way, or something that I need to deal with. It's a challenge. It's something that I need to be focusing on. So I suppose the message here with the Magician is that it can be either. It can be either good or bad, but whatever it is going to catch you a little bit off guard. And it's telling you to have all your tools in front of you to be able to maneuver your way through whatever the surprise is, that you're well prepared. And that's the way I like to look at the Magician. I look at that and I think, okay, get all my tools ready to be prepared for whatever life is going to dish out to me. Now, this week we're in the middle of the new moon in Pisces. Now, the reasons I'm going to rush through this fairly quickly, because I want to get on and talk about astrologically the coronavirus, because I've had a number of people ask me about that, and particularly when I was talking with a friend yesterday, Margaret in Adelaide, and good morning, Margaret, if you're watching. And she said to me, are you going to talk about the coronavirus? And I said, oh, no, I'm going to talk about the new moon this week on the show. So I'm going to talk about both. The new moon is so very important because it's the last new moon in the astrological calendar for this year. Being the final sign of the zodiac, it's the final new moon before we move into next month, the beginning of the astrology or the zodiac year. So the new moon in Pisces is very, very important. It's our final opportunity to release things that no longer suit us. It's also the opportunity to set our intentions for one final time in this astrological year, where we can finally sort of wrap up the year with the things that we were trying to bring into our life that are new, that are important, that are fresh, that are opportunities to be able to sort of release old habit patterns and old grievances and whatever, and start afresh. Now, that can be with people, it can be with situations, and I know a lot of people have been messaging me that I can't sleep, and why am I so titchy, and why am I so nervous, Amanda, and I can't focus on anything. Well, that sometimes is what the new moon in Pisces can do, because it's water. It brings up all the emotions, all the things that were buried deep down in our subconscious and unconscious part of the mind, and brings them to the surface. So very, very quickly, we'd be burning a new moon candle. 2 days on the approach. 2 days on the approach, 3 days of the actual full moon, the new moon cycle, which is the 24th through to the 27th of March, depending where you are in the northern or the southern hemisphere. Here in the southern hemisphere, we're sort of on the tail end of the new moon. and then 2 days on the descending part after the new moon. That's really important. I like to do everything in a 7-day cycle, and because it's in Pisces, we're going to be focusing on the water sign candle as well. So it's really important to burn both candles if you have them in your kit, because you're bringing in the energy of the water sign, of the Pisces energy as well, and helping to release, but also reinvigorate your life and bring towards you things that are sort of new. And it's really interesting because yesterday, even though I was busy working, I had a number of phone calls with some very close friends yesterday, and everybody was telling me how that this new moon was affecting them in different sort of ways, and how a lot of stuff was being resurfaced from the past, things that they thought that they dealt with and were now releasing or letting go of. So if you haven't got a big area, you can always make up a gift box set of smaller candles, and this week I've made the new moon, the water sign candle, and I've also put the healing candle in there, because I think it's important that we heal ourselves along the way as well. You know, it's all well and fine to release everything, but we have to do the healing as well. And sometimes healing is not the easiest thing for all of us to do. We tend to sort of think of healing means going to a medical practitioner, but quite often it's healing our emotions and letting go of things. So now I want to focus on a very serious subject around the world at the moment, and that's the coronavirus. I want to be very clear, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical practitioner. I'm looking at this purely from an astrology point of view as a qualified astrologer. And when I started to look at this morning before the show, I think I was a little bit surprised at how intense the planetary configurations are at the moment when you start focusing on something like this, like on a virus that's worldwide. There's a lot of stuff in the media this morning talking about it being potentially a pandemic around the world, and how different countries, different nations are gearing up ready for it, having hospitals dedicated ready for what they believe is going to happen over the next couple of weeks. And I sort of started to think, oh, are they sort of imagining this a bit? Are they sort of blowing it out of all proportion? Because as we spoke about last week on the show, Mercury, the planet of communication, is retrograde at the moment, and sometimes that can tend to make people exaggerate things a little bit on a communication level, or we don't have our listening ears on and only half listen to a story and then make up the rest of the version of the story ourselves. And sometimes we as individuals, as human beings, can blow it out of all proportion. But when I started to look at the chart that's known as the transit chart, or the here and now chart for now, on a global situation, not looking at it from any one particular country, the first thing that jumped out at me was the South Node. Now, the South Node is one of the moon's nodes. Now, this is where we look to take the easy way out with something, and it was holding hands with the planet Mars. And I thought, how very, very interesting. Here we are looking at, or maybe governments and medical practitioners around the world have tried to find the easy way out of dealing with this virus, and in as such, not necessarily ignored our health, but what they've done is they've tried to pad this down, to sort of not create mass hysteria around the world saying, oh, well, it's not that bad and we don't need to quarantine people and we don't need to do this and we don't need to do that. Where behind the scenes, they were looking at this in a very different sort of way, saying, how in the hell are we going to cope with this? How are we going to release this to the media without creating mass hysteria? And I think it was a very orchestrated sort of plan in as much, but at the same time, I think they were literally caught with their pants down a little bit too, because I think they all believed that this was something just like an influenza, that we can sort of just write it off as that, and, you know, a few people will get sick and unfortunately a few people will pass away, but it won't be a worldwide global catastrophe sort of thing, that we can sort of get around this. We don't necessarily need to alarm the rest of the world. And it was only as people started to become sick in other nations that had visited China that all of a sudden the cat was out of the bag, so to speak, and we have to start looking at this. So it's been one of those very uncomfortable sort of situations, because we still have so many planets sitting in Capricorn, and I've spoken about this many times, where Capricorn represents big business, it represents governments, it represents everything official in our lives, including doctors, dentists, hospitals, anything that you look at as being a medical facility. So when you look at, we've got the South Node, or taking the easy way out, holding hands with Mars, the planet of action, the planet that takes us to war, or gives us the energy to sort of combat something. Now, it's actually making a pleasant aspect, but also an aspect of unusual and things coming at us suddenly out of nowhere to Uranus in Taurus. So it's, in a sense, took them a little bit by surprise that how quickly this started to take off and how all of a sudden, oh my goodness, we better start telling the world about this. We can no longer contain it. But also just moving a little bit away from that, still staying in the same sign of Capricorn, we have Jupiter, the planet of luck and expansion, but this also encompasses the whole globe, holding hands with Pluto, the planet of transformation, holding hands with Saturn, the planet of discipline and structure and regime and everything in our lives, again, all still sitting in Capricorn. So here we have Jupiter sort of saying, like, you know, this is the whole globe. We're all holding hands. We've all got to transform. We've also got to find some solutions. We've all got to tackle this in a very logical, practical, disciplined sort of way. And we haven't got any time to waste. So it's very, very interesting that I think while the powers that be have tried to protect us or shelter us from this and play down the effects of this and saying, oh, well, let's keep our focus on other world events like bushfires or floods or who's in politics and who's, you know, fighting with who over something silly or something trivial, will take, you know, the heat off this potential pandemic around the world. So it's very, very interesting the way that governments and official places around the world, and particularly medical people, have tried to play this down, not to create pandemonium and not to create panic around the world. But I think now it's not necessarily the time we hit the panic button, but I do think it's the time that we all start to collectively try and look at, okay, how can I minimise my risk, me as an individual, of contracting this virus or spreading the virus. So if you don't have to travel, then don't travel. Try and limit the things that you do. And I think just be more aware of your own hygiene. Wash your hands. Make sure that you don't touch your face after you've been in a supermarket or a public place. You know, keep washing your hands. You know, take some hand sanitizer with you. And I'm also going to say we've also got, you know, we've got the Sun in Pisces, which is conjunct Mercury retrograde at the moment. It's a very wide sort of holding hands situation with Neptune, but they are still conjunct. So on that level, we've got things coming from our heart. We've got communication and information that's coming through that may not necessarily be clear, or we're not fully understanding it. And with the wide conjunction or the wide holding hands situation to Neptune, where Neptune is the planet of illusion and delusion, we have to make sure that everything that we're hearing from the media is actual fact, not just somebody sensationalising something because they want to get the ratings or they want to be the first one to break the news on a story. So I suppose my message here is be vigilant, look out for your own personal hygiene. Don't travel unless it's absolutely necessary, but at the same time, make sure that you're listening very carefully to what's being said and cut the spin or the BS out of it and look at it in, if it doesn't feel right to you, or if you feel that that's a bit of a dodgy brother's story, then maybe do a bit more research and form your own conclusions. I don't know that we've necessarily got to panic as a globe, but I do think that we all need to take some responsibility for this and start to look after our own environment as much as we can and look after our own health as much as possible. And maybe, again, it's one of those things that I keep talking about. Pluto is trying to transform the world. We've all taken too many liberties. We haven't looked at global warming. We haven't looked at things. And maybe, just maybe, we haven't looked at the way that other countries might gather their food sources and how they harvest them, and do they have the proper hygiene standards that we might have in the Western world. You know, all these things are Pluto slowly trying to transform the planet to make it a better place for us. So I haven't scared anybody. That wasn't my intentions. I just wanted to bring it to you from my point of view as an astrologer. What are the planets saying to us and how can we learn from that? So we're going to go to our first caller, which is Annette in Victoria, British Columbia in Canada. Are you there, Annette?
Hi. Nice to talk to you.
You have a question for me, sweetie?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any people coming through for me.
Okay, Ned, as I say weekly on this show, it's not something that we can guarantee. And I want to be very clear on this. It's probably the number one question at the moment. People ring up or get a reading and they say, you know, is there a message coming through from the other side? What people fail to realise, no medium, no clairvoyant, no astrologer, no tarot reader, no whatever, has a direct dial telephone number that they can dial through to the other side and say, okay, I want to contact my dad or my mum or Auntie Mary or whatever. When they go through to the other side, Annette, they don't necessarily want to be in our face all the time. You know, they're there, yes, they're watching over us, they see everything that we're doing, but they have things that they want to do. You know, they might want to have a bit of a rest. So unless it's something that they see that they really need to weigh in on, they don't necessarily come through with a message. So in all my years of being in this sort of work, what I say to people is, give me a question. And if they want to weigh in, they will. I'll give you what they're giving me. But 9 times out of 10, what we're looking for is to just know that they're okay. I can guarantee that. I haven't had anybody come through on the other side in over 40 years telling me that they're having a rotten time over there. Everybody that comes through always tells me to reassure their family, their loved ones, that they're okay, that they love them, they see what's going on in there, and that they're happy. And, you know, that they're no longer in pain or no longer suffering an illness or whatever it was that they had here. And quite often, Annette, they come through at not necessarily the age they were when they passed, but a time in their life where they felt they're most powerful. And for some people, it's, you know, in their 20s or 30s when they were young and attractive and full of energy and, you know, vitality and they felt at their strongest. And for other people, it may be much later in their life when they felt their greatest accomplishment work-wise was a certain thing or family-wise. So there's no hard and fast rules. What I am picking up is there is a male energy around you very strongly, and all he's showing me is he's got a smile on his face, and he hasn't sort of given me a message in any way. So all as I can take from that is whatever that you've just started to bring into your life or the things that you're working on, keep going, because you've got their seal of approval, that they feel you're on the right path. So does that make sense to you?
Yes, that sounds very positive. I love that.
Yeah, and that's sort of, you know, like it's more for our passed over relatives to come to us as individuals because we know their habits. Do you know what I mean? If you had a dad that was a practical joker and loved moving mum's photo frames on the mantelpiece because it drove her nuts as a loving gesture, that's the sort of thing that they're going to do to get your attention because you know for a categorical fact that was dad. That's what dad loved to do. You know, or if somebody liked to talk through mum's favourite soap opera, and, you know, you're watching telly and all of a sudden, you know, the TV goes off again, you know, it's that person. So look for signs that mean something to you that you can relate it back to the person. So I just know that you've got a big year ahead of you, Annette, and that male energy that was coming through, which was older than you, is just, he's got the most beautiful big smile on his face. It's sort of like an exaggerated smile. So I'd say keep going, sweetheart. Everything's right on cue. So that's where we're going to leave Annette in British Columbia. We're going to now talk with Brooke in Masterton in New Zealand. Are you there, Brooke?
Pardon, what was it, sorry?
Do you have a question for me, Brooke?
Yes.
What do
you predict for my future?
Okay, that's a really nice question, Brooke, to have somebody ask what do I predict for their future. The first thing that I'm getting is a very itchy left eye. So I don't know whether you've been having trouble with your eye at the moment or it's just indicating to me that you need to be aware of the fact that there's a potentially an allergy or something with your eye. Do you often get affected by allergies, Brooke?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, that was the first thing that was coming through to me was this itchy left eye. So even though I'm not a doctor and I'm not supposed to talk about medical things, I can't not share something like that with me when Spirit's trying to get my attention in that way, that you've got to be aware of that. Like they were making a big deal out of that, like don't ignore it. Don't just sort of say, oh, well, it's because the wind changed and, you know, the pollen's got in my eye. This is something a little bit more serious than that they want you to sort of give attention to. The other thing that they're showing with me very strongly here, Brooke, is the fact that have you been working a lot on yourself in this last 6 to 12 months? Because they're showing me a lot of things that have come to an end or things that you've sorted out, resolved, and sort of said, right, well, I've completed that, or I'm no longer going to be that sort of person. I'm now starting to put myself first. I'm not going to be everything to everyone else. It's my turn now. Is that where you're heading?
Yes, that's correct.
Good. Well, they want you to continue more and more and more of that, because by doing that, then there will be more messages or more symbols or signs that will come to you from your passed over loved ones. It's interesting because I've got a very strong, forceful older woman, and I'm assuming she was your grandmother or great-grandmother. Was there a grandmother or a great-grandmother that was very forceful, very bossy, and everybody was sort of a little bit, oh, you know, when she spoke, we all jumped to attention? Yeah, well, she's with you very strongly. She's making me laugh because she's saying you're a chip off the old block. So you must be becoming more like her every day in as much as you're becoming so strong. And she's handing over the crown to you, that, you know, you're going to be the person that everybody's going to fear a little bit or come to you for your wisdom. So that's really special, Brooke. They don't often come through and give a message like that. So I take that as something very, very powerful, and you should feel very honoured that she's handing you the baton. She's also showing me by about June, is there talk of a change of residence or changing something very strongly around the home you're living in?
Yes.
Yeah, she's saying to me that's got to go ahead, like, you know, that you can't back out of it, you can't change your mind on that. That's got to be a definite.
Yeah.
I don't know why she's showing me a lizard. I don't quite understand.
I've had pet lizards.
Okay, well, she's showing me this beautiful lizard, and she was patting
My mum
it like
got
a
them.
cat. And it was sort of like, I haven't seen anybody pat a lizard. I've seen, you know, stroke a lizard. I've seen people hold them and talk to them, but she was stroking it like you would a cat. You know, like you're stroking a cat's head. She's doing that to the lizard. So I'll leave that with you. That was very powerful from her.
I've had a number of lizards who my mum now has, which is her mother.
Right. Okay. She's also showing me you've got to zip your purse shut. Have you been spending too much money?
No.
Well, that's what she's showing me. She showed me a purse and she was zipping it shut.
Okay.
So if you haven't been spending too much money, in your opinion, then she's showing you there's going to be a time where you've got to zip your purse shut, like no more to be given or no more to be spent on something, but you'll know exactly what it is. It's sort of almost like you go to open your purse, even if it mightn't have a zipper on it, and you can't get it open, and that'll be her telling you to zip your purse shut. Oh, she's very bossy.
She is.
But in a loving way. You know, I don't mean that in a negative way. She's very loving. She's very strong.
Yeah.
And she was always very close to you. Right before you were even born, she just knew that there was something special about you, something that was going to be different from the other children that were yet to be born in the family. You were sort of given a crown before you were born, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Do you live close to the water?
Yeah, kind
of. Mountains in behind, because she's showing me a scene where I'm seeing flat water, but I'm also seeing mountains behind, and I don't know what she was trying to show me about that, whether that's somewhere where you live or where it's somewhere that you're going to, that you're going to get great inspiration, but she just showed me this like a photograph of this place, or whether it was somewhere that was very special to her.
Yeah.
Sometimes they come through with messages that we don't quite understand at the time, and, you know, it's only later we have the aha
I understand that one. I understand that one very strongly.
Okay, so whatever that's got to do with, she's saying to me that she's not giving me any more information on that. That's between you and her.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's wonderful, Brooke. I'm glad we've been able to help you. We're coming to the end of the show again. I mean, it seems to go very, very quickly every week. And I hope that, you know, the little bit of astrology that I did with everybody today around the world has helped sort of you understand a little bit more about this coronavirus, and how we all need to take some form of responsibility for our own physical health, and, you know, sort of just being a little bit more diligent with our hand washing and making sure we don't put ourselves in situations that we don't need to. I don't think we need to panic and all run around with a face mask on when we go to the grocery store, but I do think that we can all help to minimise the spread of this by just being a little bit more aware. And, you know, sometimes I think we forget that we've got to look out for other people. And, you know, by doing that and being more mindful of things and making sure that we dispose of our rubbish and our trash more thoughtfully and make sure that we prevent the spread of germs if we possibly can, I think is a very, very important thing. And for those of you that watch the show regularly, you'll know my producer and I are having this little joke between each other about David Cassidy songs. Well, this week he brought up Doesn't Somebody Want to Be Wanted Like Me, and he was going to burst into song during the show. And I suggested to him we get Danny Bonaducci, who was part of the Partridge Family, little redheaded Danny, who's now a grown-up, to come on the show and play the bass for us, because he did a segment with David about 40 years after, which was 10 years ago now, where he actually did learn to play the bass. I don't think he's much good at singing, but he did finally learn how to play the Partridge Family hits. And there's some stuff on YouTube about that, which is quite entertaining, where Danny actually comes dressed as one of the Partridge Family people in the red velvet suit with the frilly necktie, and told David that he wasn't actually appropriately dressed for the reunion. So that's just a little bit of trivia for today. So, you know, enjoy the rest of the new moon. Look forward to the astrology changing in the next month as we move into the new astrological year this year, which is very exciting. I know the Chinese New Year has already started and we're in the year of the rat. We don't necessarily have years like that as far as Western astrology is concerned, but each year is very important, very significant, and we all have the opportunity to live our very, very best life if we really listen to our own instincts and our gut feelings and be kind to each other and try and do something nice for our fellow human beings each and every day. Then I believe then we are living our life to the fullest. So until next week, keep a smile on your face, and don't forget, doesn't somebody want to be wanted just like me? Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Modern Day Medium with the Modern Day Medium. Modern Day Medium. Live from the moderndayMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Modern Day Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, the Modern Day Medium here. My name is Michelle, and also known as the Modern Day Medium. I hope you're all well and have had a good week. I couldn't make last week. I was busy working, but we managed to find a way around it and air me anyway. What have I been doing? Gracious me, I've just finished teaching. On a Tuesday evening, I teach a circle. We had 10 people there this evening, and it was just lovely. Everybody gave messages, everybody linked into spirit, and there were a couple of people that had never been there before, and they just did amazing. It was absolutely brilliant, buzzing with energy, just loved it. So I really enjoy that. I enjoy teaching psychic mediumship. And also another new venture of mine is I'm doing podcasts. Me and my sister have got together, and we're doing podcasts which roll out on a Sunday called Psychic Sundays. And we are covering a whole list of psychic abilities, the difference between psychic and mediumship. We're talking about healing. We're talking about tools of the trade. We're talking about guides. Negative energy, positive energies, how to protect yourself, how to look after yourself. So between me and my sister Louise, we've got 40 years of experience, and we're both qualified healers in many different modalities as well. We also both teach healing as well, which is great. So we thought, well, hey, why not put our heads together and do some podcasts? So we're going to be doing several series there. We've already done 5, which are going to go up soon. And then we'll be doing another set. So we'll be doing 3 or 4 or 5 series, each one containing about 6 podcasts. They're good fun. They're nice, really enjoyable. It's lovely. We thoroughly enjoy it. But one thing I wanted to talk about is soulmate and soul groups and twin flames. So the difference with a soulmate soul group, a soulmate, lots of people think a soulmate is you're my soulmate, we're meant to be together, we're meant to be together forever. Not true, not the case at all necessarily. Soulmates are people that come into your life for a certain period of time. They may come in just for 2 or 3 months. They could be a friend. They could be a partner, a boyfriend. They could just be someone you have a fling with. I mean, but they've come in to teach us something, to teach us a lesson, for us to learn something. And also, likewise, we go into other people's lives to teach them lessons. Obviously, we have people that are in our lives always and always been there, lifelong friends, family members, etc., etc. But sometimes a soulmate can come in and leave as quick as they came in, and it can be very, very painful. But the way to look at it is, well, what have I learned from this? Why have they come into my life? And what have I got from this? And then we have our soul groups, which could be groups of friends, family, or friends that we have been with before, families we have been with before in other incarnations, other lives. And somebody was telling me, somebody I respect hugely, was saying that our soulmates or somebody from our soul group come into our life and they have already decided, I will be the person that will teach this person the lesson. I will be the person that will come down and teach them the lesson they haven't learned. Because I love them the most, I'm the one that wants to deliver the pain. I want that job role. I want to do it. So that's a beautiful thing within itself, isn't it? It's amazing. So soulmates, and also another interesting thing is when we're most in need sometimes, is when somebody will come into our life, will pop up into our life, a new friend will come into our life just to help us, just to say, hi, you were on my mind, I thought I'd give you a call. And that's a great thing, is that soulmate or that friend coming back into our life. No such thing as coincidences, right? Come back into our life to help us through a difficult, sticky patch. And likewise for us as well. So a message to everybody is, if you have got somebody that's on your mind, somebody you're thinking about, somebody that keeps popping into your head recently that you haven't thought about much for a long time, then I just would like you to think about the possibility that you need to give them a call, give them a ring, and I feel quite sure that they will just say, you won't believe it, you won't believe what I'm going through, you won't believe what happened. So all of us are also psychics as well, right? I mean, we all have that ability in us, just believing in it, standing in that power. And when we get something that's coming in that's a little bit out of the ordinary, or someone keeps popping into our head, give them a call. And then when you do, I feel quite sure that you'll know the reason why you've called. So there's just a very, very small bit on soulmate, soul groups. Obviously on our podcast, we go into it a lot more and a lot more depth on loads of different subjects, loads and loads. We've really thrown the box open on psychic mediumship, thrown the box open on healing. And it's our thoughts, our feelings, what we've been through. And we're also going to be having some really great guests as well on there, physical mediums, trance mediums, psychic surgeons. It's going to be really good fun. And also on here as well, 10th of March, I will have a guest with me then, and he is just amazing. Watch this space. I respect him hugely. It'll blow your mind, honestly. He's wonderful. So I'll stop babbling now. And I just wanted to share that with you. So just be aware of soulmates. And don't necessarily always see it as a bad thing. See it sometimes as someone's given you pain. Pain is to be felt. Let's not forget that. It's learning, progressing, and moving forward. So if someone's come into your life, just think, okay, all right, fine, they've gone. What have I learned from here? Or what have they learned from me? So turn it into more of a positive, beautiful thing. Not everything is bad and sad news. We're all here to learn lessons, right? To give up to that higher vibration. So there we go. I believe I have a caller, Jessica. Are you still there, or have you got bored of listening to me bambling on?
Yes, I'm still here.
Hello, my darling. How are you? I hope you found it interesting. How are you, Jessica? How can I help you this evening, my lovely?
Yes. I had a friend that passed away. His name was Mark.
Yep.
And I was seeing if he's came forward.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. Right, Jessica, I need to say to you, actually, funnily enough, before I did the show, I was just linking in as I do and asking whoever needs to step forward. And funnily enough, I did have a child stepping forward, most certainly a son-boy energy. Can you understand, please, his death being very, very quick, very, very unexpected, please, my love? Very fast, very quick, sweetheart. I'm just going to keep talking and hope that you can hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. I'm going to just keep talking, all right? Now, I feel that this son, I have to say, he feels very nice, very gentle, very kind, very caring. I feel some confusion in his head and something coming up and around into his head area before he went back to the world of spirit. He is making me aware, he's taking me to his stomach as well. I'm feeling an impact or a pain or a problem in my stomach area, if this makes sense to you, please. He's holding my stomach and making me rub my stomach round and round and round. And this is him just telling me also something that was wrong there, please, my darling. His passing felt at the end quite sudden, quite fast, like I said, very, very quick. But he was quite a unique person, very, very different. A stand-out young gentleman, please, if you can understand that. I also feel he had the most beautiful eyes as I look at in his eyes, and they feel quite pale and just very, very lovely. He makes me aware, Mum, I'm okay. He wants you to know I'm healed and I'm put back together. I'm all been put back together again. And in my head, I feel my head as well. I'm really okay. He thanked for the rose or the roses that you gave to him as well, I need to say. I see these flowers. I'm aware that you talk to him a lot constantly. You're always wanting to know, it's okay, he's there safely, he's fine, he's healed. He wants to send you healing as well. He's a lovely gentleman, and he's sending it right into your heart and into your heart chakra. I've got the name Mark. I also need to give you the name Brian. I don't know why, but I need to give you that as well, my love. I feel that your son enjoyed music, enjoyed a little bit of dancing, he enjoyed jumping around as well. And he's making me aware that he's in spirit doing this. He's very, very busy. He's very, very active. He also is sending massive love. My darling Jessica, you need to know your son is with his grandfather. They are together. I feel that your grandfather, his grandfather, I feel he was a good father, a lot of energy, very nurturing as well, if this makes sense to you, please, my sweetheart. And they are very much together and through a lot of love and send you a lot of love, Jessica. Please, 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 can you heal yourself? And please, please, just he's okay. Bless his heart. He comes into you, Jessica. He holds you. He wipes your tears, what he's saying to me. Please, Mum, please, Mum.
Yes.
I keep needing to go to the head. I keep needing to go to the head as well, okay? Because he holds you there. He holds you in the head. He holds you in this area, and he holds you very, very tight. He makes you aware that you've got a lot of his facility. Everything is quite as it was, and he needs for you to pass a message on to a young lady, please, my darling. Whether there was a sister, but also a very close friend, one close to him. And who's this one? Give them Alison as well. I need to give you the star sign of Tauri Capricorn as well, my love. And I say to you for you to send love them to stop worrying as well, and that they are okay. Your son was quite a joker and to about a bit as well. He's got a beautiful, buoyant energy and quite angelic as well, I need to say to you. He's got quite a pure heart, but I feel it's just all got a bit much for him as well, sweetheart. Do you understand this, Jessica? Mum,
yes,
you Mum, very much. And I need to give you drawings, sketches with his as well. And he just sends huge love to you. Bless his heart. He's just put a rainbow all the way over you, Mum. I love you. I love you. There's a distinctive smell that comes in with your son as well, please. Please be aware of that, because he's making me aware. It's a very clean kind of, it's like a soapy smell. I don't know why I'm getting this. And I have to go with hair gel and a hair wax as well. And it's this smell that he's bringing in to you. He sends you so much love. And he says to you, Mum, I am safe. I am okay. I am healed. And I love you. Okay?
Okay. Is my friend stuff for yet? Mark?
Sorry?
Has my friend stepped forward yet? His name was Mark.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So, that's if you can take this as a mark and you can understand. I think I said Mark and somebody else just sending huge love to you, my love. Can you understand that?
Yes.
Good. That's good. That's good. Good, good, good. So a lot of love around you for sure. Sorry?
Huh? Can you tell me what happened to my friend?
Yes, pass it on. Pass it on to your friend. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Right. Okay. Can you stand? I have got, what happened? I have got another energy that's stepping forward here. Now, this energy feels taller, stronger, older. He feels like a prankster, a joker. I feel he mucked about a lot. I feel that he's calling you like chum, 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 friend, 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 mate, mate, mate. He makes me aware of like heavy boots on him, whether he would have, I don't know why I've got heavy boots on. We had big, heavy boots. He makes me feel with him that he just wants to come in and give you love. He's telling me that a candle has been lit for him and he appreciates it a lot. He wants you to remember the good times, the fun, the jokes, the laughter. He's telling me that he had some depression, he felt quite down, and he felt quite low as well at times. He makes it clear that you spent a lot of time helping, talking, and communicating with this gentleman, and he wants to thank you very much. Is that okay? Can you oh, that's better. I can hear much clearer now. So there's a lot of love there for you from Spirit, darling.
All right.
Okay.
So my friend hasn't really stepped forward and said what happened to him.
Jessica, can you say that again, my lovely?
So my friend hasn't stepped forward and tell you what happened to him.
Has your friend stepped forward and told me what's happened to him?
Yes.
I feel with her, so with your friend Mark, who's on the other side, I feel with him there was a depression, a heaviness, a feeling very down with him, a feeling very low with him, a feeling very unhappy, a sadness with him. He makes me feel it was all very, very quick. It all happened very, very fast, if you can understand that, my love.
Yes.
Perfect. He's back safe and he's fine and he just wants to send you love. He is around you very much.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Thanks, my darling.
Hello?
Right. I think my next call is this Angie I'm here now?
Hi.
Hello, Angie. How are you, my darling?
How are you?
Thank you, my love. Oh, good, sweetheart. How are you? How can I help you?
I was just hoping to get like a general relationship reading. This retrograde has me kind of in a funk.
I'm just going to go straight into it, all right? I'm pretty into you. I'm just going to go with exactly what I'm feeling, getting.
Right. Can you hear me better now?
Down, up and down, up and down. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards
and
forwards.
down.
I feel with you that you're two minds. You're soaring in a relationship, feeling a bit difficult. I think you're feeling quite drained, my love. You're feeling tired and you're exhausted with it all. Feeling, I know I'm picking up, but if you listen back, I'm sure you'll be able to hear, Andy. I'm feeling with you, my loveliness, backwards and forward within this relationship. I feel that I want to say to you to take a leap of faith. I want you to stand your ground. I want you to stand up for yourself. I want you to stand strong. I want you to come and how it is you're feeling is making you feel, and it needs to be cleared. I feel that there is some misunderstanding within the relationship as well, misinterpretation, and things are very, very quickly taken the wrong way. It feels very fiery to me and quite vulnerable at the moment. There's a lot of pressure and stress that's added onto the relationship here that's making it difficult. I feel with this partner or friendship or this relationship that you're in, I feel the gentleman walks out a lot, walks away a lot. He can't deal with it. I can hear doors slamming. I can hear shouting. And I can hear arguing that's happening here, please, my darling. And I just feel that you're taking all of this in and it's impacting you quite a lot as well. You can be
I've been...
I can feel that you can be quite stubborn and stand your ground, but at the moment you're not. I feel that you're feeling overwhelmed, bowled over, and you're just not too sure which way to go or which way to turn. I want to say to you, my lovely Angie, that it would be nice for you to have a couple of days just away, just for you to think what it is and to sort it all out. It feels like it's gotten a right old muddle, if you can understand that, my love. I also need to say, I want you, Angie, to listen to you and how you feel, and if this is actually really what it is that you want and where it is that you want to go, Angie, all right? I want you to stand up and speak up for yourself as well, coming from a place of love and truth and how it's been making you feel. I feel this gentleman is under stress, pressure, like a heavier energy, a depression, a loss. And I feel that he's sort of clammed up a bit and he's not got over where he is. He's a bit stuck at the moment emotionally. Can you understand this, Angie?
Yeah, well, he's all about focusing on money, and he just blocks his emotions off. He doesn't like expressing how he feels, so he just lashes out. And I've been getting so overwhelmed recently that I've been having like compulsive crying fits. Like I've never cried so much in my life.
Yeah. So the crying is the letting out of the emotions. The crying is the sort of grieving of what you had to where it is now, to the wanting him to come back, to him pulling back, to wanting him to open and communicate. I need to tell you, he's not being disloyal to you. That just came through very, very clearly. It's just where he is at the moment. He's in a little bit of a lost place at the moment emotionally. It's all kind of built up inside of him and he doesn't know how to express it. I want to say to you, Angie, if I can give you anything from spirit, is to give him a bit of space and step back a little bit. Whether you can go to a friend's for a couple of days or nights, I just feel like I need you to think what it is that you want. Just take a step out. I'm not saying it's ended. I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying that just needs a little bit of space to allow you to breathe and allow you to get together with how you're feeling and why you're feeling like you do, Angie. Your partner needs to let all these emotions out. He really does. And sadly, we can't force people to do that, but it is going to happen. He is going to get over it and it is going to get better. It's just going to take a little bit of time. Angie, I want to say to you, what is going on is with him. You can love him from a distance. I don't mean not being together, but I mean you can be there to support him, but you do not need to absorb or take it on. You can only be responsible for you, but you can stand by his side and say to him, until you're ready or when you're ready to talk, you know where I am. Until then, I need to get on with my life. It's making me sick. It's making me tired. It's making me emotional. And I cannot stand in this anymore, in this energy. So I love you, but I'm just going to be over here emotionally at the moment until you're ready to talk and speak to me and speak freely with me so we can clear this up. Does that make sense, Angie? Okay. Hopefully you're still there, my lovely, if you can hear me. So, Angie, they really are things I would like to say to you. I feel your partner, there's a lot of heaviness in his heart at the moment as well. I don't know, going back to mother-father issues, family issues, loss, a tough life for him, I need to say. And it's like things keep rearing up again and then going again, rearing up and then going again. And sadly, it is for you to be there or to help and to support, but there's not much you can do if this lovely gentleman isn't willing to make the changes himself. So step out of that, step in your own power, and just let him sort himself out, but giving him all the support that you need, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, it does.
So, good. So just stay strong, my loveliness, and just be gentle with him. Just be gentle, and don't absorb all of this stuff. I really want to say that to you. And as a psychic medium, and I've been doing this for a long time, and also as an energy worker and healer, we don't have to be ingrained, entangled, entwined 100% in someone else's pain. We can love them and care for them, but protect ourselves and just say, when you're ready to deal with this, I'm here. Honestly, give him the space and the freedom to let him sort himself out. You're a lovely lady, Angie. You really are. Okay, you are. You're a strong woman. Go and take a couple of days if you can, or even if it's an afternoon, just to let yourself let it out, be free. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. So hopefully, let me give you a card, Angie, as well. Let me shuffle you a card.
Okay.
There's lots of people that just have problems with communicating. It's difficult. Right, here we go. So it's the turtle. Patient. You can't make it up, can you? Patience for you, all right? Be inspired by the wisdom of the turtle totem, and slow down when you feel you are getting overwhelmed by a situation or emotions. If you rest, you will gain a more grounded perspective. The turtle is telling you to take time for yourself, consider all aspects of a situation, and see where it takes you. There we go. Perfect card for you, all right? So I hope that's helped, Angie. Sending you much love,
Thank
my
you so
darling.
much.
You're welcome. And you can find me on the Modern Day Medium Facebook website if you want a longer reading from me. I am there for that. So another week gone. I don't know where these weeks fly by. I guess I'm just so busy. Before I know it, it's Tuesday again. And I love doing these shows. I love connecting with everybody. It's so enjoyable. It's nice to be able to be sat at home. Isn't it amazing, the internet? Connecting all the way across to America, Canada, and wherever it is that we've been taken this evening. So you can find me on Facebook, The Modern Day Medium, my website, The Modern Day Medium. I do Skype readings, phone readings, one-to-one readings, but there's a long way to travel if you're over in America or Canada. So you can find me there. Love. Skype readings work brilliantly well. So for the rest of the week, just take care of yourselves, love yourselves, put yourselves first. If you feel that there's some healing or emotions that aren't shifting, there's a bit of a block, allow them to come up, do some meditation, listen to something that is that has you have a calling for. If you listen to a meditation and you just feel drawn to it, then just know that's the right one for you. And just let things go. Let emotions go. Let yourself